Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Antes de niga Radzaudzan malak estrelas durante todo mu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues Atan Fanny Bandera Kau Esta pagua pumalala Giluk tanu man libri Tentamiti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria a big is la sempara Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba isla selpara. Toru I tempo I pas, paraita, zangini na bendition. Contra biligu na fansofuam Zeus proteis langom Contra biligu na fansofuam Zeus proteis langom
And you Good morning.
Wow.
Morning,
Nice
Jason.
one.
Thank you, Jay.
And have to end it like Belle Biv DeVoe.
Wow. How do you follow that?
You don't.
Yeah, I know.
Just move on. Just keep on moving.
Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Guam. Good morning, CNMI and beyond. It's Tuesday, March 16th. Good morning, KUAM TV. Good morning on you. Also to our viewers on our KUAM News Facebook Live page, thank you so much for joining us this morning as we continue a one-year look back under the coronavirus pandemic. We got some great flashback interviews for you guys. We were kind of talking yesterday about some of the pivotal interviews that we've done on this show, and back when it was called Containing COVID too. And I was watching one of the ones we're going to play this morning, and man, it took me back.
Which one was this?
The one with Dr. Jolene Uggan.
Oh, that was the one that woke a lot of people. Everybody uses that term like woke or stay woke.
Yeah.
Dr. Jolene Uggan literally woke a lot of people up, and she was like, okay, I'm a physician. Let me tell you exactly all of the physical things that happen to you if you should happen to.
There's one part of it where she says, hey, we're looking at a patient, and we're like, can you breathe? Are you okay? And they're giving thumbs up, and then 3 hours later, it's like code blue.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny is not funny, but I was trying to get her during the whole pandemic before that. But obviously, you know, she's she runs the
COVID ward, I believe.
Right, ran the COVID ward. She's a respiratory, God, what do they call it? Anyway, she handles the respiratory pulmonologist, yeah. So I was trying to get her before that, but you know, it was always like, man, she's busy. I don't know. The morning slammed, blah blah blah, and then finally, it was during one of the surges. Dr. Hoa said, "Hey, I'm gonna get you Dr. Jolene Uggan," and I was like, "Oh God, thank you."
And I think people really needed to hear her perspective because she kind of took us through the day of what it was like working at GMH and not just, you know, what it was like, but like the conditions of the hospital.
Right.
Yeah, she actually.
So that was just an eye opener.
I believe
a reality check.
I believe what she said is she's like, you know, for all of those of you who are saying this whole thing is like fake, or you just think, you know, we're wasting our time. She's like, I would challenge each and every one of you, glove up, mask up, and just take a stroll through the ER and see the conditions. And she goes, that will put the fear of God in you.
That was a real wake-up call.
It was.
Yeah, for a lot of people, I think, with that interview, and people were just talking about that interview. And so we're going to play it in its entirety. It's a great look back at 1 year under this pandemic. And we've also got another interview. This kind of was a controversial interview, not necessarily because of what she had said, although that was at the time pretty controversial. But it was also more controversial because of the reactions that it spawned, particularly from Dr. Vince Akimoto. I'm talking about this interview we did with Dr. Jana Maglotnia.
I miss Dr. Jana.
Right.
Yeah, I miss her too.
Yeah, and she had gone off and said basically, like, what is going on with you guys? You're not being safe. You're spreading the virus. You know, what are we going to do? We're telling you what to do in the community, but you're not listening. Mm-hmm. And it was spreading. And so...
another one that kind of put it into perspective again in terms of frontliners. And you know, we've always said frontliners are the ones that are there, the nurses, the doctors. But she said, no, you are the frontliners. Mm-hmm. You're the ones, me, you, Jason, the person, you know, going to the grocery store.
Right.
We're all frontliners, and we were not winning the war. And we
And
were letting our guard down.
I believe that's the first time when they started saying, you know, I mean, we call them use cases, right? Like if you go to the store, if you make a run to the gas station or something, and that, I believe Dr. Janet Manglonia, at the time, public health medical director, was saying, you know, we're seeing that it's a lot of people who they need to go to grandma's house and they just kiss her on the cheek, or, you know, like families get together as they're so prone to do. She goes, that is a major way that coronavirus is being spread in our community.
So that's what's coming up on the show this morning. Also, we'll get Senator Frank Blas Jr. to come on and kind of respond to what was touted as the governor's plan to reopen the economy during a press conference yesterday. And basically, May 1st is when we're reopening, right?
Conditionally, though, right?
I mean, I hope we told the coronavirus that. And it's just funny how many firm deadlines we've set during this pandemic that we have later had to just throw out the window. Right? Like, wasn't Uncle Carl trying to reopen tourism by like July of last year? Remember that?
They initially like put that out and they were like, we think we can do it.
Doesn't that just seem so ridiculous now when you think about it? Like, what? You were trying to reopen tourism in July of last year? Holy mac!
Wasn't it what the governor said in her streaming press conference yesterday? They said if we can achieve 90% vaccination, then we should be able to open tourism. And then they have this whole, plan about who gets tested and who can interact with whom and under what conditions.
Right, yeah. So we'll get Senator Frank Blas Jr. Also, we got a great segment with our partners at AMC called Here's to Your Health.
Yep. Yeah, so last week, if you remember, we had Dr. Leonard Campus, who is a very, very talented physical therapist, and he was actually talking about what you can do and what services they provide to take care of young people and student athletes. But this week, he's actually going to talk about what services they provide for Manamko, like, massages, stretching exercises, making sure that your joints and everything like that. If you happen to be an older person, how you can make sure that you're staying, limber and you're not, you're not kind of getting sedentary.
Yep. They're not going to teach you how to put your legs behind your back head at your age, but they are going to give you some great pointers. And they kind of talked a little bit last week about dynamic stretching.
Yeah. And I guess this would also help for those of us who care for elderly people. Like if you take care of, your auntie, your mother, your father, your grandma, what physical therapy things that you can do to safely, make sure that one of your beloved Manamko is taken care of.
Rosemarie Laguatnia, one of our prized Link Fam members.
Was she first in?
She comments when we were talking about this press conference. She writes, once again, another press conference that left the people with more questions. But this time she was adamant on many topics. There's also, I believe, a presentation from Dr. Cabrera, who we asked to come on this morning. I'm not sure if he's going to come on. Good morning, Doc, if you're listening. I know his mom likes the show. So, I know which Payless his mom goes to. I'm going to start waiting at Oka Payless. Hey, can you talk to Felix for us? Because he did a presentation yesterday. But, honestly, we haven't had him on since that whole thing with Dr. Shea, and I'm pretty sure that I've asked him a couple times to come on, but I'm pretty sure that's kind of part of it, the awkwardness maybe. But it kind of seems like what I heard was that there was some attempts to have them sit down and work this out.
Almost like a mediation? Or?
Yeah, which I think is pretty cool. I'm just telling you, this is what I heard, that's just what I heard. But when we asked the governor about this complaint from Dr. Cabrera regarding Dr. Shea that he had said on this show he was going to send to the Guam Medical
Association?
Board of Examiners, Bree?
Guam Board of Medical Examiners.
Yeah. So anyway, he said he was going to send it, and they were going to go after Dr. Shea, and then when we asked the governor, she was like, "Oh, what complaint? I didn't see any complaint." So I don't know. To me, that kind of means that maybe they threw water on this whole thing, which is good because really, the doctor's got to be focusing on providing the patient care, and then obviously Dr. Cabrera's got a lot on his plate as the chief medical officer of public health. So really, that would just be great if we just squash this whole beef. And, they were able to just break bread over it, So come on in. The water's fine.
Man, you're making me hungry now because you've referenced squash, beef, and bread in the same sentence.
Wow.
That'd be great for breakfast.
That would. Like, what kind of beef, though?
Steak. You can eat steak for
steak?
breakfast.
Yeah, I'm thinking like something you put the squash with the beef.
Well, Miss Expert Chef right here. How
he's the dude that cooks.
Well, she's the dessert queen.
Yeah. And I'm the
he's the eater.
I'm the microwave master.
We're also getting Kevin Bautista from the CNMI governor's office on as the CNMI streak of it was like 200 something days without a community spread COVID case. Mm-hmm. Well, that's over with. As they have had there was 10 cases
yesterday. They've now confirmed 10 since last Friday.
Right, yeah. Those numbers really stick out. Like the other day, I think it was Friday or Saturday, we had 9 cases. And I was like looking at that like it was 90. So we're getting Kevin Bautista. Also, Catherine Castro, Guam Chamber. Pretty sure they have some things to say about the Gov's reopening plans. So we'll get her on. And then, like I said, we got some of those throwback interviews for you. And a cool little interview, or not interview, but a video segment that kind of blew up last night. Congressman Mike St. Nicholas. deploying the guard to deliver cookies to Congressman. Is she a congressman?
Marjorie, yes, Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Right on. And this is the lady who doesn't know Guam is a U.S. Territory or whatever. So we'll play that for you guys.
That was a funny thing about that clip, because I mean the fact that uniformed guardsmen had to be part of that detail.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if, like at some point, like if a guards person like will put, on LinkedIn or, their military qualifications. Oh yeah, I went to airborne school.
I did a tour in the Hall of Congress delivering Chamor chip cookies.
I got the Ranger tab. I got my, air assault, death from above. I can rappel from a helicopter, and I deliver cookies.
Yeah, I got my cookie patch.
I got my cookie patch.
I thought it was an exclamation point on look, lady. We are U.S. citizens.
Yeah, so. We're here. And if you got any issues and you want to say anything else, look at all these soldiers we brought with us. I like it. It's kind of like a flex, no?
Yeah, for ignorance.
Yep. So that's coming up, 6:29.
Speaking of the states.
Oh, yeah, Jay.
We got a shout out from the 49th state. Anchorage, Alaska is in the house. Robert and Lola Meno are sending their love. Hafaday and good morning. Biba mes tomorrow, they say.
Biba.
Hafaday,
right.
Anchorage.
Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, good morning. Chris, Jason, Josie Akfaji, Hafaday to all the beautiful people of Guam from California. Christy St. Nicholas, Hafaday Guam from Ohio.
Hi, Christy.
Ken Paulino, good morning. Be safe. Hogumas, Beneduenius, Buenas, good morning. Chris Aggie, good morning. Sabrina, Chris, Jason, Joe, sir. Of course, he's part of the Port Strong family. Rich Rosario, Hafaday, Genini Familia. Ruth Pablo Gagnon, Hafaday Guam, Chamarita Regis, Hafaday, good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Joe, sir, KUAM Guam, and the CNMI. Good morning. It's 6:30. Let's go ahead and get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM news team, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Hafaday, everybody. The Guam Police Department's Highway Patrol was activated to respond to an early morning fatal motorcycle crash in Tumon. According to GFD spokesperson Cherika Targaloff, E911 received the report of a motorcycle spill at around 12:47 this morning along Route 14, Santos Hill. Medics performed CPR on an adult man. He was transported to Guam Regional Medical City with ALS on board. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. This marks the fourth traffic-related fatality this year. Last week, a traffic-related fatality occurred along West Santa Monica Avenue near Weddingale Elementary. The cause of that crash also remaining under investigation. The island records its 134th COVID-19 related fatality yesterday. According to the Joint Information Center, she was 60 years old with underlying health conditions and passed away at GMH on March 13th. She was admitted to the hospital on January 18th and was a known positive case. The JIC also reports that 5 of 608 tests performed on Sunday returned positive for coronavirus. 3 of the cases were identified in quarantine and reported recent travel. To date, there have been a total of 7,773 officially reported cases of COVID. 27 cases are active, while there have been more than 7,600 recoveries. There are 5 people hospitalized. The island's CAR score is 0.2. Additionally, a total of 62,800 people have been vaccinated to date. Of that number, 33,666 received their first dose, while 29,134 people have been fully vaccinated. Additionally, the VAPPC has expanded the COVID-19 vaccine eligibility to 40 years and older. It goes into effect this Thursday. And with more news, here is Tyler Mazzanani. Thank you, guys.
Hafaday, good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Mazzanani with your headlines here on The Link. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero announced her plan to reopen the tourism industry. In a news conference, she explained that it will rely heavily on achieving a high vaccination rate and easing the current quarantine protocols. Nestor Lecanto reports.
We've been discussing.
They're calling the plan the path to half.
If we are fully vaccinated, 50% of our adult population, this is 16 years or older, by May 1st, we will reopen our borders to travelers.
That equates to about 62.5 thousand people being vaccinated, which Public Health Medical Director Dr. Felix Cabrera says they are on pace to meet. Once achieved, the travel protocols will be changed so that anyone arriving on Guam with a negative PCR test within 72 hours will not be subject to quarantine.
But they must download the COVID Alert app and must enroll in SARA Alert for 14 days. If they do not have that negative test, they will follow our current protocol. In other words, they will have to go to quarantine in government facility.
In the meantime, they will prepare for the eventual arrivals by cleaning up the island and also prioritizing the vaccination of tourism industry employees. There's one issue, though, that still needs to be resolved. It's when visitors return to their home countries.
Big goal is trying to figure out how to provide testing so people leaving Guam can get tested and don't have to quarantine. That is still in discussion.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
1 year later, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero gives herself a top grade for the handling of the COVID pandemic. The administration began a news conference with a self-produced video summarizing the events of the past year and explaining how it responded. We asked the governor how she would rate that response and if she would do anything differently.
I think people in my team were very united. They were very cooperative. They were very supportive. And we were leading with participative input and ideas from people. So, no, I don't regret any of the decisions we made, and I rated an A+.
The governor also based her rating on the fact that many lives were saved, pointing to a FEMA projection that more than 3,000 Guamanians might die if the virus was not controlled. 2 people were arrested by Department of Agriculture conservation officers Friday night in the Dandan Malolo area. According to a media release, 38-year-old Vincent A. Flores and 36-year-old Joshua Talahi were arrested after conservation officers pulled them over as they were leaving the area. They were arrested for the violation of the following: protection of wild animals, use of artificial light prohibited, illegal possession of a firearm, and no firearm identification. Flores was also charged with possession of a controlled substance. Talahi is the son of Public Safety Oversight Chair Senator Pero Talahi. Senator Talahi issued a statement, quote, "I do not condone their actions, and as with any adult, they must take responsibility for the consequences of those actions after they are given due process. No one is above the law." With regional headlines, here's KSPN2 News.
Hafa-day Guam, here are the headlines for CNMI.
In compliance with Public Law 20-66 and 21-05 and all other applicable laws in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, the licensee is hereby granted the following commercial license: marijuana producer Class 1 license.
Victor Cabrera is the first commercial licensee for cannabis in the CNMI.
The license that we issued today was for Class 1 production, so he is now able to grow legally, process cannabis legally, to be able to sell it to retailers.
Cabrera says he has one farm and has spent the last 7 months and $14,000 building up his shop called T. Marianas.
My grow shop is an indoor grow shop located on Chalan Laulo at the ACE building, which is right next to Mariana Nails. It used to be Dr. Tudor's old veterinarian hospital, right? So I'm right there on the first floor. Getting started as soon as possible is really important right now, and I'm looking forward to it, and working closely with the commission to ensure that, we try and develop the industry correctly to ensure that others will be able to join in and be successful at it as well.
The cannabis license for Class 1 production can only sell to retailers, lounges, and wholesalers. And the next step for the Cannabis Commission is to get retailers set up throughout the CNMI.
We actually have a couple in queue. They've already received approval in principle letters, meaning they've met most of the requirements pending inspection for the premises. So once we were able to get into their building to conduct the inspection, they should be able to get their license provided they've adhered to all the regulations.
Governor Torres says he does encourage more residents of the CNMI to obtain their cannabis license to develop more of this market.
We want to encourage our community, whether it's residential, to please get your permits and do it right. The industry is here. I support it. We support it. And just follow through. And I'm sure with the leadership, they'll be able to assist you every step of the way.
For more news, visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Ashley McDowell.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 to 9 on primetime.
In more regional news, since Friday, the CNMI has reported a total of 10 positive cases of COVID. According to the timeline on Friday, the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation reported 1 new case and another 3 on Saturday morning. By Saturday evening, an additional 4 individuals tested positive, bringing the total to 8. And then late yesterday afternoon, the CHCC indicated 2 more have since tested positive. The CHCC, along with the COVID-19 task force, identified 49 individuals through contact tracing. All of them were isolated away from the community, with investigations still underway to identify high-risk contacts. At this time, the CHCC is not seeing a widespread of community transmission. A lot of you have been asking about it, and while local stimulus checks mandated as part of the RISE Act remains under legal review. Peter Santos has the latest.
It's not clear whether the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration will follow through in making local stimulus payments as mandated in the RISE Act, which the governor allowed to lapse into law last year. Instead, she has tasked her legal team to review the law in coordination with the Attorney General's office.
So there's concern there, Nestor, about not allowing government employees or retirees to take advantage of the RISE Act. And I think that's the major one. And also in discussion of, as a result of the American Relief Plan, which gives $1,400 to the dependents, and also, of course, $1,400 to single filers who are below $75,000, and of course $2,800 to those joint filers who are below $150,000. And does that federal piece of legislation then supersede the RISE Act? So do we still have to abide, or it's become now a moot issue since the American Rescue Plan now is stepping in to provide that EIP plan?
The RISE Act was authored by then Senator Regine Bisco Lee. It prioritized the use of federal funds to pay for the local stimulus program to struggling families, excluding GovGuam employees and retirees. The amount ranges from $800 to single filers and $1,600 for joint. If federal funds weren't going to be used, the law authorized $30 million in transfer authority to the governor to make the payments. When the governor allowed the legislation to lapse into law, she wrote a message to senators calling the bill's intent, quote, laudable, but authorization to transfer money from funds that are all shortchanged already in the current budget is tantamount to an empty promise. The governor also expressed concerns that treating local and federal government employees and retirees different from the rest of Guam's taxpayers is discriminatory and could undermine the integrity of the RISE Act. Senator James Moylan has been requesting the governor to implement the RISE Act, and just today, Democrat Senator Pito Terlahi, who was the co-sponsor of the measure, called for its implementation. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Peter Santos.
Authority of Guam General Manager Rory Respicio signed the contract for the construction management services for the rehabilitation of Hotel Wharf and Highway 11 roadway reconstruction. The rehabilitation project is being funded through a $10 million federal grant along with local port funds, and work will include reinforcing the old wharf and building a security fence, installing lighting, and constructing other surface work. Additional money will be used to upgrade the access road on the glass breakwater leading to the wharf. The upgrades to Hotel Wharf will bring it into compliance with the U.S. Coast Guard criteria to regain certification as a designated waterfront facility, and also will expand wharf capacity to alleviate any congestion at the main cargo terminal due to Guam being a major transshipment port for the region. The governor, during her State of the Island address, announced two things related to the Guam Memorial Hospital. The first being that hospital administrator Lillian Posadas will work toward regaining hospital accreditation. And second, that money will be set aside to build a new hospital. According to an April 2020 Army Corps of Engineers report, both will come with a hefty price tag.
The governor has made it clear she wants to build a new hospital and plans to set aside $300 million from the $661 million in American Rescue Plan funding. According to Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas, the Hospital Planning Task Force will be convening either this week or next week to continue discussions.
With the task force, and first we need to really come together and do a feasibility study, what this hospital is going to look like, what the bed capacity, how many beds, what kinds of services are we going to provide in this hospital, inpatient, outpatient, and also preparing for possibly another pandemic.
Posadas admits the $300 million for a new hospital isn't enough. Matter of fact, according to the April 2020 report issued by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the construction of a new facility with current building codes and hospital accreditation criteria would come at a price tag of $743 million, including $21 million to support reaccreditation. According to Army Corps of Engineers assessment, GMH will require $21 million immediately for repairs to support the reaccreditation of the facility and eliminate hazards to life, health, and safety. The repairs consist of roof replacement, exterior building repairs, HVAC repairs, life safety repairs, and fire sprinkler repairs. According to Posadas, she and her team are working on reaccreditation but are deciding whether they should stick with a joint commission.
There are other accrediting organizations, and so we're going to be reviewing and comparing which one will be the most cost beneficial for GMH for Guam. Because the Joint Commission accrediting organization, they're quite pricey. They charge a lot of money. And so we're going to try and see which accrediting organization, is also at the level of the CMN standards of conditions of participation.
GMH lost accreditation in July 2018. As for a new hospital facility, the governor is working with the Department of Defense to build it on excess federal land, possibly at Eagles Field in Manilao.
In national news, President Biden took steps over the weekend to help border officials process the wave of unaccompanied minors showing up at the southern border. Natalie Brand is on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are playing the blame game.
The Biden administration has ordered FEMA to help address the surge of unaccompanied children at the border. Former FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate helped manage a similar situation in 2014.
This is a humanitarian mission. I don't give a rat's about immigration policy, what's caused this, why it happened. They're here, they're kids. We're going to treat them that way.
CBS News has learned Border Patrol has 4,200 unaccompanied minors in short-term holding facilities. The law requires them to be transferred to more appropriate facilities within 72 hours, but many children have been there far longer.
None of these Border Patrol facilities are made for children, and we want to move them as quickly as possible into shelters and then into homes.
A lawyer representing some of the children told CBS News the conditions were so overcrowded that the kids had to take turns sleeping on the floor.
What we're seeing today is an enormous challenge, and it's unacceptable.
A group of Republican lawmakers led by House GOP leader Kevin McCarthy is visiting the border today. Republicans blame the new administration for the surge at the border.
The Biden open border policies that are inviting even more illegal immigration.
What the administration has inherited is a broken system at the border, and they are working to correct that.
The House is expected to debate two immigration bills this week. One would protect dreamers, undocumented immigrants brought to the U.S. as children, and the other would provide legal status for farm workers. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
And finally, Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene got a special delivery from Congressman Michael St. Nicholas and our Guam Guards men and women. Greene recently made a statement that hard-earned American dollars should go to Americans, not people in China, Russia, the Middle East, and Guam. Congressman St. Nicholas said he would be paying a visit to her and delivering tomorrow chip cookies to her as part of his outreach to new members to introduce them to our wonderful island. Here's a video he posted on social media.
Just wanted to stop by. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
How y'all doing?
Sure. So I would assume she'll be back in about 15-20 minutes.
Okay.
If you guys want to circle back.
Do you know how long she'll be back here after when she returns? Because we are also making some deliveries to leadership in Capitol.
So I can't speak to that. I think we're about to start the new round of votes.
Right.
We're about to start the new round of votes and stuff. So can we just text your scheduler or email your scheduler? Just
You can text me.
Can you give me your number?
Yeah.
I can give you my card or whatever.
I also have my Guam guardsmen that are out there on the deployment. They wanted to come over and say hello too.
Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you guys missed her. She's literally in an interview. She's coming back to the hill, but we'd love to allow you guys to see her.
Yeah, I think it'll be really great.
Absolutely. Yeah. But thank you so much for coming by. Where is y'all's office?
We are actually in the same building, sixth floor.
Great.
Yeah,
Sixth floor. Okay.
1632.
Love it. Love it.
I'm sorry, your name again?
Taylor.
Taylor, you want to come on and say hi? Just
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So guys, Congresswoman Green will be probably coming back in 20 minutes. We'll
how
probably
are
circle
you?
back. This is Taylor, her legislative director. She just wanted to come on and say hi.
Hi guys. Hey, thank you guys so much for all that you do. We really appreciate it. Thank you guys for keeping us safe. The Congresswoman should be back hopefully in the next 30 minutes or so, and I know that she would love to meet all of you and say hi and just tell you how much she appreciates the hard work that you guys do. So hopefully we'll redo this again in like 30 minutes.
We'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you, Taylor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much.
You know what, guys? I just realized something.
Oh, yes, great.
I just realized something, guys. Earlier when I was saying, I wonder how the guardsmen who were detailed, to that felt, and I wasn't saying so, not at all, to demean them or saying it pejoratively, but I was saying they have the Ranger tab and everything like that, and then they do that. It just dawned on me that one of the patches that guardsmen do have is the island of Guam on their shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
And that detail was to basically go there and represent our island. So they were still defending Guam, and that's exactly why you joined the Guard. So that for them was probably a huge honor.
Right on.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yep. And unfortunately, they weren't able to get anything from Congresswoman Green. But that video's posted up all over the place. And it's going around. So 6:51 here on the link. That's a look at news with Sabrina Salas-Mentanani. It's Tuesday, March 16th episode of the show, brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier at 647 Cool. We'll take a quick break, and we're back with more of the show next. Good morning.
Make it through the week. Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Hey, you. What if I told you that scanning this box could give you access to any food you're craving, delivered to you hot, fast, and safely without crazy fees? Go ahead, try it. You won't be disappointed. Make the dash to Uno Go, uno-go.com, or download the app at your app store.
Join KUAM and Punta Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series schedule.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
There's still no dancing allowed, Jay.
Can you dance unto yourself?
No dancing! Good morning.
I can't be dancing with myself. Billy Idol would be highly.
You
highly
go ahead,
offended.
Jay. You go ahead, man. Just do you. 6:57.
Have you ever done cha-cha by yourself? Like
Yeah.
just, you know,
An air cha-cha, yeah.
No, I mean just like nobody else is around and cha-cha music comes on and you just do it not even realizing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like reflex. It's like the Chamorro Pavlov. That
is
and
the-
electric slide.
Yeah, that is the most shared.
That's one of the oldest jokes. How do you break up a fight at a fiesta? Go play the electric slide.
Yep.
Oh, hold on, man. Oh, you're lucky, bro. Got to do this electric slide now.
That is the most overused social media profile bio. Like, laugh like no one's around, dance like nobody's looking.
Yeah.
See that a cajillion
Whenever I dance, I pray no one's looking. We're KUAM FM, Agania, Guam. the link, which is brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, Carrier, and IT&E. Good morning to our viewers on KUAM TV. You guys ready to take a look back here? And so we're going to play this Dr. Jolene Uggan interview coming up, but first we're going to do Dr. Jana Maglotnia. Both these interviews kind of came out around the same time, and I believe it was because at the time we were seeing a surge in cases, and these doctors, they just didn't know what to do anymore, right? So I think the people of Guam really adjusted sharply, after that second surge, because, we had to. And so I think like a lot of these frontliners, doctors, people responding to the pandemic, they didn't know what to do. And you could tell the frustration in their voices and their answers and their statements. And so we'll go ahead at 6:58. We're going to go ahead and play this one from Dr. Jana Maglotnia. This is from 6 months back, Jay.
Yeah, and they were so tired too. They were so exhausted, saying the same thing over and over. You did a interview. I remember with when we were doing a network of nurses, and she was Tam.
Yeah.
From GMH, and she said, my entire career, I believe, to that point at GMH, I think she'd been working 6 or 7 years on the job. She goes, I maybe intubated 3 or 4 times. She goes, I do it at least once a day now.
Right. Yeah. And so what we're doing here is we kind of look back at the last year under the pandemic. It's kind of featuring some of the highlighted interviews that we've done on this show. And so here's this one from Dr. Jana Maglotnia right here on the link. 7:34. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9. Let's get Dr. Jana Maglotnia, Public Health Medical Director on the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning. How are you all?
We're hanging in there. It is what it is.
Right.
The best way to put it.
I think it's the first time you mean it. I'm hanging in there. We used to say it to be funny. Now we're not.
Yeah. So literally, right? And we'll just get right into it, Doc. I know your time is valuable. We got a lot of comments from people who got tested at the various mass community testings last weekend, and they're blowing up the feed saying they're waiting for the results. They haven't heard anything. So if we could just start with the status on the backlog of tests from the community mass testing that have yet to be run by public health.
I don't have the numbers. That's Annette Uggan takes care of the numbers of it. But I do know that they're working every day to get the backlog down, get the tests run, get the patients called. And I believe the individual clinics are responsible. For example, if you had it done at AMC or FHP, wherever you had it done, I believe the individual clinics are doing the calling. And they're doing that to help out. There were a lot done that day, and the manpower to call everyone is quite extensive. But they are getting caught up. But then we have a daily limit, and you have to know, too, that we have about 7 clinics feeding into the lab every day. So even if you run 200 or 300, you have 200 or 300 more coming in. So they're doing their best to try to get more tested, so that we can get more of the tests run, so that we can get that backlog down.
Do you know, Doc, maybe just an estimate, how many of the tests, like, for example, we ran a bunch of tests yesterday, how many were from current testing through close contacts or contact tracing, and how many were from the mass testing conducted last weekend?
That's a net question. Okay. I don't have those numbers. I could get those, but I don't have those for you now, and I can text them to you later. But
fine.
That's where Nettie comes in. She's the number cruncher in the lab.
Right.
Doc, I just want to ask, with the surge, all the craziness that's been happening, what is your priority number 1 right about now?
I think because there's a fire burning, priority number 1 is put the fire out. And then we can sort things out after that. That's the number 1 priority, because it's brand new, acute. We've got to stop it now. And that's why the governor did what she did. We can sort out in the meantime, but stop it. And it's out of control because the people were out of control. No matter what we've done, ultimately, it's the front line, which is the community. It was up to them to fight the war. And how do you think, kick it around, how do you think they did? It doesn't look too good. Yeah. But there's nothing more we can do. What you're seeing now, Thank your community for it. We didn't do this. And we've done everything we can to equip our hospitals and equip our clinics and equip our providers and public service announcement. Finally, enough already. Do what you know you need to do. And if you don't do it, you're going to have exactly what you've got right now. I mean, congratulations. If this is what your goal was while you're preaching about constitutional rights, to me, it does just quit killing people, quit making them sick. Then we can talk about constitutional rights. That is so far in second place. Number one, we're trying to survive this and trying to put the fire out. And we didn't do this. And we can't clean up every mess made by the front line. So, it's up to the community. If this is what they want, this is what they're getting. And still yet, we see pictures sent every day of people that aren't doing what they should be doing. And, I was just looking at the numbers. Brita, you know how many people, we have almost 1,000. And I was looking at the recent JIC release. And do you know how many of those were in the under 60 age group? I mean, when we first started, we said, wow, the elderly are at risk, the people with comorbidities, and they are. But apparently that group is doing their job. But do you have any idea how many of those were under 60? Just a wild guess?
Probably none. Oh, under 60. No, under 60. A lot of them.
Under 60. I'm looking at the numbers off the JIC. It looks like out of, let's just say 1,000, about 850 are under age 60. About 500, 20 years of age to 40 years of age.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think people realize that. And that's the group committing the sins. But that's the group right there.
Yeah.
So, and how old was the one that just died in the hospital? 33?
34.
34?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, we started saying, do what you need to do to protect your family, protect your relatives. I'll tell you what, you better do it to protect yourself, because the ones out there committing the infractions are the ones that's getting it and dying. The old people are staying home. And we have a really close friend, and he is staying home. His wife is staying home. They're elderly. They have a lot of medical issues. And sadly enough, the kids brought it in on them. And so, our friend was infected because of the kids coming in. So if you're going to do it, don't leave everyone else alone. If you want to go out and do this and bring it in, don't involve anyone else in your plan, because they may not survive this. But this is frontline data right here. This is what you get when the breaches occur. And where will this stop? Depends on the front line. Ask them. We've done all we can do. We're just sitting here and watching this now. And it's like you let your kids play, then you see what they start doing. You have to ground them for a while. Well, the kids are allowed out there, and we're supposed to be responsible. When you see they're not, then they get grounded for a while. It's just simple. We have to clean up the mess. We have to put the fire out, and then everyone gets mad going, oh, we're grounded? Really? Well, do what you're supposed to do, and we all move on. And I just can't preach that enough.
See you guys.
And we're getting pretty tired and pretty fed up working 24 hours a day trying to clean up these messes. And then people looking at us saying, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You did this. We didn't do this. You did this. So, that's the message. And you're going to get whatever you invest. If you don't wear your mask, socially distance, and do what you're supposed to do, this is what you get. So, and we just watch the numbers every day. So, and our front lines are taking hits. Everyone's tired. We've got a lot of frontliners still down, more getting infected.
Right.
And, it's I don't know. I'll stop there, but I think my message and Dr. Nguyen's message is pretty clear. Are y'all there?
Yeah. You guys done pissed off Dr. Menglonia.
Exactly.
The last
Mama Menglonia is mad.
Huh?
She's right. More than 40 of the new cases yesterday are in this young adult group.
Let's see here.
20 to 39 years old.
Yeah, and Doc, you know what I think is interesting is last night this number breakdown was going around on WhatsApp. I was getting it and I sent it to everybody, especially everybody I knew who's in that age bracket. So people are keying in on the numbers and the infections by age group. So I think that's
right.
I mean, it's important that people are paying attention to that.
Yeah, it seems like it's been quite a shift. When we first started, it was the elderly that was the target group.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're seeing it's younger and younger, not just here, but in the States too. And that's the group that's by and large the ones that are breaching the protocols. And I think they feel, we've all been there. We felt like we were so young and invincible.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell you what, COVID wasn't there then. You're not young, you're not invincible. COVID has no respect for who you think you are. You better believe that.
Doc, let's go to the comments if we could here. Emily writes, it's not just family gatherings stories, but the backlog of people tested and going around without results. Transparency and ownership, please, for the government's part in the contribution of the number of positives walking around out there without their results, and a mess of contact tracing and higher infection numbers. So basically people are saying, if we went and get tested and we're not getting the results, that's kind of on you guys. So how would you respond to that?
The test results are you're wearing the mask and going out and not socially distancing on you. So if you've got it and you're spreading it, that means you're breaching it. So if you think you have it or you think you're at risk for having it and you went and had a test, shut down till you get your test results. There so many people showed up. I mean, the numbers exceeded the capacity of daily running, but the onus is upon you. If you think you have it or may have it or been exposed, shut down. And if you do go out, God help you, but wear a mask and stay 20 feet away from people. I mean, the number doesn't change the situation, or the result doesn't change the situation. Whether you're positive or negative, do what you think you know you need to do right now while you're waiting on your results. And if you get a negative, go, wow, that's great. If it's positive, you say, thank God I did what I was told to do. Be responsible. I mean, so what's the result? You got the test because you thought you had it. Stop doing what you're doing and you won't spread it. And then be happy if you get a negative, then you can carry on a little bit more, although you still have to go out and socially distance, wash your hands and wear your mask, even if it's negative, because negative is only good that minute. The next day it could be as positive as the next person.
Right.
That's not a positive. You're pretty well done. You've got it. And we thought you might be protected for a few months. I noticed yesterday in the news, there was a case that got a second infection because the virus has, I guess, mutated because the genome was a little bit different. And a patient did get infected, not here. It was somewhere else.
Yeah, it was Hong Kong.
So, so now that's not good news to know that people can be reinfected with another strain. And that's going to likely impact vaccine making, because if you're gearing it to type A and then type B pops up, you have to shift. And maybe the procedure can make that transition easily, maybe it can't. So if we're waiting on a vaccine, which we all are, we may have some nuances there as well, some bumps in the road with the vaccine production. But basically, if you just do what you need to do, you're at so much less of a risk. And yes, we're working on getting the positive and negatives, but till you hear that, till the bell rings, clamp down, do what you're supposed to do, and you won't have to worry if it's positive.
Doc, it kind of sounds like lockdown's going to be extended. I mean, if you're coming this way,
it kind of sounds like to me that that the spread is going to be extended. The lockdown follows the spread. If you spread it, we lock down. We don't lock down, and then it's in a reaction to what the community is doing. If the community is surging, we lock down. So my question is, how long do you all plan to keep breaching it? If you keep breaching and the numbers surging, what do you think's going to happen? You know, do you think we're just going to pull the plug and say, ollie, ollie, in free, you know, go ahead and spread it and let's see how many we can get infected? It's not like that. We hope it's not like that. We are hoping that we can put your fire out. And I say your, meaning the community, us too. I mean, we all take risk.
Yeah.
And a big thing too is this is where a lot of people get it too. You feel comfortable in your home with your family. And there might just be two people there, one person there. That one person can spread it. Even though you followed the guidelines, you did what you're supposed to do, but you take your mask off to eat your dinner. So I would just invite you to just FaceTime people right now. You don't mingle, because you're at the mercy of whatever air they breathe when they walk in your door. So you hope they don't have it. And if there's a chance and you want them for dinner, make them sit at the end of the table as you eat when the masks are off. Right now, we've got a lot in the hospital, and we've got some still pouring in through the ER, and our hospitalization rate is high. We're just maxing out everything. And I think it's reality check time. And I think it's time that everyone trench in, lock down, and just stop. I hate to be on a soapbox like this, but
Nah, go for it,
the
Doc.
numbers are scary. They're really scary. You know, where will this end? You know, 70 or 80 a day? Really? That's not people doing what they're supposed to, and that's not the old timers. The old timers are sticking at home. They're not out playing bingo. They're staying at home by and large. So the numbers are surging. Yes, go ahead.
I was going to say, so that's it. It's the people of Guam's fault. The government has done all it can do. There's nothing more the government can do. It's just up to everybody out here. We're on our own.
No, they're. Yeah.
As far as the surge goes, we're all at the mercy of what's going on the front line. We sit and watch it. You know, we can't control it. We try. You see gatherings, though. People bring in pictures and send them to us. We see what's going on. And all of us are at the mercy of the few. So if this is what you want, you're doing a fine job. But there's going to come a point where the governor isn't going to be able to clean up the mess as easily as you think. And I don't think any of us want to revisit Italy and New York and Guam. So if you're not afraid to go out, and if you're not afraid to spread it, then you haven't gotten the message. You don't get it. So, and you know, we talk about the death rate. It's not like the people just heal up and march on. So many are left with devastating disability for weeks to months. How much longer, we don't know, because it's new. But I've read stories where people say, I'll never run again. I can't even walk across the room without being short of breath because of permanent lung damage. Some of it is measurable and some of it is permanent. Some of it may resolve with time, like fatigue. We don't know. We don't know. It's too new. But it's not a roll of the dice that you want to take, because we can't tell you what to expect. No one knows. People in China do. They've researched this for years, right on the street, apparently, where this virus was unleashed. Of course, the lab was down the street, but we're to believe it was a monkey or a bat or something. Okay, got it. But they probably have a lot of information and long-term studies that we have no access to because of their political system. But we're watching it play out. If it goes unchecked, this is what happens. So what can be done? We gear up. We try to put the fires out that the front line's causing us. You know, the general came in and tried to clean up the mess. and put everyone on lockdown. And then the masses cried, oh no, you can't do this, really? So we just let you go rogue and kill everyone? I don't think so.
Doc.
Well, she had to do what she had to do.
Right.
Yes.
Well, we're up against the top of the hour, but I want to give you the floor, even though I kind of know what you're going to say. What's your advice to the governor?
My advice, both things. We'll do what we can to put the fires out. And are we still able? Yes, we have a shot at it. We do have a shot. We're gearing up our manpower, gearing up our testing capacity. We are trying to mobilize all the forces we can to clean this mess up. In the meantime, everything has to stop. It has to be shut down because just like with tests, if we do 200 a day and 200 roll in, you don't make a lot of progress. So we're gearing up, trying to do more tests and trying to recruit other partners to help us, and that's working. But we've got to stop the influx. That's why the lid had to be put down. To clean it up, we've got to stop it and then sort of reset, like you reboot your computer and start over, and this time do it right. We've got to do what we did when we first were hit with this, and we did a spectacular job, but everyone let their guard down. Everyone did. And now I have to tell everyone to please follow the protocol. Don't do mass gatherings. Don't have parties. Wear the mask. And if it's just a family member coming in for a dinner, scoot them down at the end of the table when they're eating and put a fan on, because they may be carrying it. And we all feel comfortable, and maybe you all, when the camera's off, maybe you take your mask off. I wouldn't. One of the people I felt the most comfortable around, I always took my mask off when I was with that one person, and that one person has it. So, thankfully they kept theirs on. So, it's not trust. You've just got to look at everyone as a possible source of infection for you and your family. And don't go to your elderly's homes right now. Just chill out for about 1 to 2 weeks, and let's see where we are. But we're trying to clean up the mess. We're trying to put the fire out. It can be done. But this time we have to implore the front line to do their due diligence. And test results, we'll get those to you. But in the meantime, lock down. Because if it's positive, you'll be glad you did. And if it's negative, then still you need to use your precautions. Sorry to be on a soapbox this morning, but we're in a begging position right now. We need the community to do what they have to do.
Thank you, Doc.
Thanks, Doc.
Guys, quit playing with matches. They're trying to put out this fire.
Thank you. Thank you for your help in getting the message out. We don't do everything right, and we drop balls, but we're certainly trying to stay the course as much as we can with this unknown enemy. So thank you for giving us a platform to get the message out. Chris and Bree, we really appreciate it. Jason.
Thank you, Doc. Hang in there, okay?
Yeah,
we're here for you.
Okay,
Shoot me a text. All right.
We'll do it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Take care.
Wash your hands. Yeah.
That was heavy.
From 6 months back.
That was 6 months ago?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, during the surge.
Seems like it was longer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was January, February, March, December, October. Yeah, that was around beginning of November, late September. Dr. Janet Manglotnia, who at the time was the Chief Medical Officer for the Department of Public Health and Social Services, she has since been replaced by Dr. Felix Cabrera, the author of the CAR score, if you will. You could definitely hear that Dr. Manglotnia, who was kind of pretty lighthearted. She's definitely an expert, but in that interview, you could see that the frustration, that feeling of back against the wall, was just really, really evident there. 7:23.
Stop playing around. Eh?
Yeah. Good morning. We're going to take a quick break here on The Link. The show continues next with Senator Frank Blas Jr. on the way. Good morning.
The Culture Club, highlighting the new faces of artisans, activists,
Only one
caretakers.
company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series schedule. Hey, good morning. Tinapu meant to be. That was great. As we said way back at the beginning of the show and many times thereafter, we're going to be taking a look back, the 1 year anniversary of the pandemic. That was Dr. Jana Manglotnia. Do not be alarmed, people of Guam. We're still in PCOR 3, okay?
Do not be alarmed, but stay sharp.
Yeah, stay sharp.
Heed her warning. Let's not get back there.
Wow, that took me back to... I actually got a stomach ache listening to that. It gave me anxiety. But you know what? Sometimes all you need is a stern talking to. And guess what? After that, we started to kind of pull out of that crazy second surge. It's 7:28, March 16, Tuesday, 2021, of course. The link brought to you by East West Rental. Thank you, East West Rental. Good morning on you. Cowboy Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier at 647 Cool. Coming up on the show, we'll talk with Catherine Castro of the Guam Chamber, and then we're going to the CNMI, all right? Get your negative test ready as they have ended their streak. I think it was like 240 days without a community transmission of COVID-19 in the NMI. That is over now. They announced yesterday 10 new positive cases.
And probably the question on everybody's mind, as well as Kevin and as well as Governor of Torres, is why?
Yeah, and so we'll get Kevin on. Maybe he can provide more detail from the CNMI governor's office. All right, at 7:30. There was a press conference yesterday with Governor Liu and I believe Ben Ferguson, who's he's with one of the economic working groups.
Or tourism.
Yeah.
Groups.
He's with one of the groups. And she was also joined by the permitting czar, former Governor Carl Gutierrez, and Dr. Felix Cabrera. And basically this...
And let's not forget, because he has another title. He's the president of
GVB. Right. So I don't know if he was wearing his permitting czar hat.
I think he was wearing his tourism hat.
He was wearing his tourism hat. Okay, so he was not the permitting czar yesterday. He was the tourism czar. And yeah, so we wanted to bring Senator Frank Blas Jr. on for his kind of reaction to the governor's press conference. What's that? We got an echo here. I mean, there's nothing I love more than hearing my own voice twice. Check. Still. Stand by, Senator. Hey, you guys! Still. How about now? Yeah. Hi, Senator.
Good morning.
You can just keep talking while we figure out this echo thing.
Just give me the speakers on.
Is your speaker on, Senator?
No, that's us because my speaker's on.
Yeah.
But I'm not getting an echo on my side.
Okay. So we're gonna take a quick break. We're coming back here. We're gonna figure this out. Yes, we are trained professionals.
Yes, it's been 1 year later.
Yes, 1 year. That's not me. Hey, I'm not even.
There, it's gone.
Yeah, because I turned off the Zoom.
Oh.
Go check it. See,
Yeah,
still there.
Still there.
Okay. How about you? Check yours.
It was an echo.
It is. So we're both echoing.
Is it my thing over here?
No.
Should I put my hand on my head while I talk? Is this working? This isn't working.
If you go outside, it'll probably work.
Yeah, we're good.
We're good? We're good, yes.
It was
See?
my thing?
No, it's I put my hand on the top of my head.
It was my iPad.
Yeah, thanks, Bree. You're talking all that smack over there, and you're the one who's causing the technical difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are 1 year later, 7:32. It's OJT in a lot of ways. It's our first pandemic. Sorry, okay? Senator Frank Blas Jr. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris. Morning, Bree.
Half
morning,
a day.
James. Half a day.
Well, what time is it? Where you at? It's a nice sunset going on.
I don't know, but it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Well, Senator, I guess we'll just go ahead and start with your reaction to the press conference and some of the pronouncements that were made relative to reopening tourism May 1st.
Well, first off, I didn't watch the whole thing. I had to go into another meeting. However, what I did catch with, I guess now the plan, what is it now? Path to half.
Yeah.
I'm so confused now with, so many different,
Strive for
I guess,
5, path to half.
Yeah.
You're the victim, not the vector.
Victim, not the vector.
Yeah.
What was the one with the Carabao?
Kiko the Carabao.
Yeah, I protect you, you protect me. There's been a lot of little messages during this pandemic. We're right now.
Exactly.
What is it? Something.
Path to half.
Path to half. You have to say over your tomorrow accent.
Yeah.
Path to half.
Okay. And listening to that, I'm first off, encouraged that there is, a plan trying to get to a certain place at a certain time, and spelling out what different responsibilities will be and how we'll get there. It's more encouraging news than what we've had before, in that it was like, well, if we don't do this, we're gonna go down the path of doom. Now it's, if we're able to do this, we'll at least we'll get to half. I guess I was watching it with staff, and one of the comments from staff was, okay, we're going to open it up to tourism, but we're going to keep it closed for the community. So there was some confusion there, and maybe over the next couple of weeks, this path to half, will become a little clearer. And so I'm still, and as I was in the informational brief that we had with I guess public health and the group that puts together, I guess the vaccination schedules and stuff, is the process and the goal of getting. I guess path to half is much different from Liberate Guam.
Are we still doing Liberate Guam?
I thought we were, the whole part was to
no. See, Senator, what it is we can only liberate Guam if we walk on the path to half.
Oh, okay. So there's where,
the path to half is paved with good intentions.
Okay. So what was Liberate Guam?
Achieve herd immunity by
Liberation
July
Day.
21st.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and so if that's what we were to achieve, I would have appreciated if there was more clarity. And all right, we've already got Liberate Guam, and even at Liberate Guam, we're already running into some issues with I guess the number of vaccinations that will be necessary, or the number of people to be vaccinated to be necessary to get to Liberate Guam. It was 70% of the adult population. It's again, I think it's something, okay, right, put it down on paper, let's do some comparison and let's see where we're at. That's it, okay? Putting partisan politics aside and everything, I think we all want to strive, to get to a sense of new normalcy. We'll have to figure out what that is now. We still have to, of course, what he said, wear the mask, wash the hands, and watch the distance. So I'm from the standpoint of legislature, I think that one of the things I'm going to continue to focus on is, okay, do we have the resources to get there? Where's the funding going? I think that what I love to see in this path to half and this Liberate Guam is, okay, how's the money being spent? Where are we with the finances? Because there is, the other side of this fence here that we need to get to. And is the grass going to be greener on the other side, or is there going to be any grass at all? as a result of everything that we're doing here. And so it's I understand the whole need to address the medical issue, to address the public health issue. I continue to support them on that. I continue to advocate for that. However, I also have to be concerned about where the money's going. Okay, show me the money. Okay, you want to put another one? Show me the money. Show me where it's going to go. We've heard plan after plan after plan. Two things. One is, what are the details of the plan? And if you take no action on, there's no sense in having a plan of action if you're not going to take action on a plan, and if you're not going to stick to it. So that's where I'm at.
Right. And then I feel like there's a lot of intangibles that we're kind of ignoring, maybe, by setting this May 1st reopening of tourism date. I mean, every time we've seen during this pandemic that we set a firm date, we've had to throw it away because of, surges or whatever. But one thing I was kind of thinking about was we haven't gotten the results back from the CDC on the variant.
I was going to say that.
Yeah.
I was going to say that.
And yet here we are. We're just announcing we're going to open. We don't even know.
The same thing. From Dr. Mike Cruz, and his I guess hope that we do all the variants are here and that we are still already dealing with the variants. However, test results that were submitted to CDC 2 months ago, still are around, and so, I don't know if we can blame or we should blame, any one person, any one entity, or any process. It's that, wow, if you're waiting for something that significant and it's taking 2 months, let's just pray and let's hope that information is sent to us today, or real soon within the week, so that we can continue, so that we can plan for this.
Maybe
I just can't imagine.
Maybe
I can't imagine that we're going to continue to go down this road, and then we find out, okay, no, now we don't have the variants, or we now have the variant, and it's a new, I guess, part of this emergency that we have to deal with.
Maybe we can go bring some cookies to the CDC.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. They're in Georgia, aren't they?
Yeah, they're in Georgia. We'll just stop by Marjorie Taylor Greene's home office in her district and then go to the CDC with a guard contingent. Yeah. Huh? What?
Yeah. And with the flag, and with the flag. Yeah. It's already been touted by several other people that this is one of the most beautiful flags in the world. Right. So let's just show it to her.
We did get a hold of the governor's, I guess she gets these talking points, Bree? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Was I supposed to say that?
I messaged Crystal about what exactly is the Path to Half plan, if we could get a copy of it.
Oh, yeah.
This is just kind of a summary of what the governor revealed and announced during yesterday's press conference regarding the reopening plan and this path to half. So,
so they have a Guam members of a panel to discuss travel reopening that includes Sam Shinahara, Ben Ferguson, Art San Augustine Public Health Director, State Surgeon Cell Head Dr. Mike Cruz, former Governor Gutierrez, and also leadership from the airport, GVB, and GHRA. And so here's what Path to Half is, guys, in case you missed it. If we can fully vaccinate 50% of our adult population 16 years or older by May 1st, we will reopen our borders. 62,500 vaccinations is our target. What does travel reopening mean? It simply means that we'll make adjustments to our quarantine requirements. What does this look like? Wow, this is pretty neat how they dumb it down.
This is an exemption process to government and home self-quarantine if someone, whether resident or non-resident, whether from the U.S. or otherwise, enters Guam with a negative PCR test 72 hours prior to arrival, they can avoid quarantine, both government and home and self-quarantine, but They must download the COVID Alert app and must enroll in the Sarah Alert for 14 days. If they do not have the negative test, they will follow our current protocol. In other words, they will go to government quarantine. Our plan is also contingent upon knowing that the COVID-19 variants do not escape the vaccine.
Here we go. Here's my favorite. How does this path to half differ from Operation Liberate Guam? Our ultimate goal in Operation Liberate Guam is still to fully vaccinate 80% of the adult population by July 21st. The goal of fully vaccinating 50% by May 1st was a threshold designed to adjust travel quarantine requirements. We still have a lot of preparation. We need to ensure these goals are met before reopening, but we need to prepare now. Part of our initiative is to ensure industry workers are vaccinated and protected. Robust testing protocol for industry workers is necessary. And the Island-wide Beautification Task Force is coordinating with GVB to clean up our island. Well, it's funny, GHRA had a whole proposal to do exactly this a few months ago that was ignored.
Exactly.
Yeah. So who's taking notes and making up their own titles now?
And Chris, another thing is okay. We're going to open it up, so we can ease the travel restrictions. But it's ease the travel restrictions for who? I appreciate that we want to ease it for people, for repatriation, or for people who are currently not on island, left island. I want to come home, and need to come home because they've got business or family affairs that they have to continue to tend to. However, when you say you're going to open it up to tourism, how is still this going to look like? Is this okay? Let's go to Guam now because the island is 50% vaccinated. And they've got these all these other things. Where are they going to go when you've still got businesses that are still going to be closed? Many people still out of work. Only half of the people vaccinated. And how safe are you going to be? Are these protocols? Is this going to be acceptable now to bring in the tourists? And even at that, I don't venture, and even through their own admittance, I don't venture that this is going to be something where we're going to have hordes of tourists going to finally come back to Guam because they need an escape from where they're at. It's going to be more so, little pods or little pods of sets of tourists that are going to be coming in that is not going to really do much in as far as helping the economy other than, okay, it's starting to come up and they're going to test the waters. So, again, saying that though is, it's a lot better than the doom and gloom type conversations that we would normally have, of course. Yeah. So, Doris.
So you still have some questions, in other words.
So yeah, there are some questions, and hopefully over the next couple of weeks, it's something that will be clarified even more.
So we're still liberating Guam, but meanwhile we're on the path to half. We're going to try and vaccinate half of our population by May 1st, and then by Liberation Day, we're anticipating hopefully adding another 20% onto that 50% that we're supposed to achieve by May 1st. Therefore, liberating Guam. Got it?
Yeah, it's.
It also kind of takes me back to what was discussed yesterday with Dr. Hoa, because remember he was saying that it's part of the reason that they would want to switch how they determine herd immunity would be based on first dose numbers as opposed to fully vaccinated numbers.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. So he was basically saying that that once you get the first shot, you're just as protected against the virus as you are if you got one shot of Johnson & Johnson.
Right.
And so they basically want to start counting people who have just got the first shot towards like the vaccination total, I guess.
In determining herd immunity, and he was saying
Right.
that if we do that, then by May 1.
I wish I could have done that in school, turn in like half my assignment and been like, no, we're good. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Or the alternative.
I'll turn in the other half.
Alternative answer. One plus one does equal 3.
Yeah, I put in some follow-up questions to Crystal to figure out is that what they're planning on doing is.
Well, that would definitely accelerate the path to half.
Yeah, well, when you look at the numbers, it's already at 62,000.
Yeah, it's about 62,000 right now. And then about 38 or 39,000 that are fully vaccinated. And so
29,000 fully vaccinated, 33,000 first dose, 62,800 have been vaccinated. So the 62,000 is total vaccinations, 33 is first dose, 29,000 is fully vaccinated.
And therein lies the question that I continue to have, because in my briefing that we had with public health, they were expecting a total of about close to 80,000 vaccinations, but that was inclusive. I mean, that was just the doses. That was inclusive of the second doses for people. So if you were going to do the Pfizer, the Moderna, and you need the 2 shots, do the simple math. 80,000 is 40, which means that at the end of the day, you only have 40,000 fully vaccinated individuals. So for us to get to 50%, much less the 80% necessary for Liberate Guam, my question was, okay, what are the processes, or what are we doing now so that we can ensure that other than the allocated or what we anticipate to be the 80,000, we are obviously going to need a little bit more. If you want to get to 100,000, we're probably going to need about close to maybe 100,000 more vaccines. Because if you're going to divide that by 2, it's 50,000 people. So, we could get close to there. That's, of course, another conversation, and something that I know that they're working. I'm hoping that they're working on a daily basis to be able to get to this. So there's still a lot of unanswered questions, but I'm glad that now they're going toward questions on a plan that goes opposite of the doom conversations that we were so used to and so regularly having.
And I did get a response from Crystal. It's fully vaccinated, so it doesn't appear that they're going to go.
So they are listening. Okay.
Fully, not halfly.
Not first dose.
Okay, got it.
Counted towards herd immunity.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Senator, as a comment from Mary Beth Torres. When will they stop the mandatory quarantine at GovGuam facilities and let returning residents quarantine at home? This has kind of been a big point of contention for a lot of people, but the public health leaders have continued to hold up quarantine, the very expensive quarantine, as one of the ways that we've been able to get to where we are today.
Yeah, and I think from my understanding, that was the goal that we were trying to get to by May. And the other thing that we need to understand, and a lot of times we get marred in this conversation. The conversation always is, okay, well, we got to work about. They're not thinking about the economy. They're not thinking about the money. They don't, and they're not. Public health officials are thinking about getting us through this public health crisis. They've got the direction. Surely in a emergency management structure, you've got different entities that are responsible for the operations of it, the logistics, the finance of it, the administration of it, and what public health is tasked to do here doesn't fit in that. Well, you know what? We got to worry about the money, and so I understand that. That said, though, there still has to be a group that says, okay, how are we going to fund all this? Where's this going to come from, and how? What's going to happen at the end of this? Where are we going to be at fiscally or financially? And there is where my focus okay. We want to make sure that public health has all the resources and the tools and the finances necessary to do this. But let's be honest. You got your businesses are closed. You've got no revenue. Even just the previous stimulus package. The tax gains that we were supposed to get weren't realized. We're $12 million in the hole. We anticipate to be about $80 million by the end of the fiscal year. I hate to go from a public health emergency now to a fiscal emergency, and it just continues. So that's the area that I need to continue to focus on.
Let's switch gears a little bit on this oversight, Guam Police Department. But I wanted to kind of start because there was a story that we did yesterday about the public safety oversight chair's son being arrested for. Let me pop that up real quick.
Or spotlighting.
Spotlighting, right? Yeah,
him and another individual.
But what was to me more concerning was that. They got him with a firearm and no firearms ID, and when you look at the rap sheet, I mean, there's a few charges like that, and it's quite a lengthy rap sheet. So, I would just venture to say that it looks like the oversight chair's son has a lot of experience with public safety, but on the wrong side of it. But I mean, with the granddaughter and the accident, and Joey Terlahi, it just seems like one thing after another. With the oversight chair. So at what point do we kind of say, this is just really a lot of conflict and almost too much trouble? Because, I mean, people are talking about it, Senator, and I know you're in a difficult spot as the vice chair of this committee where you don't want to, naysay the oversight chair has been so gracious. But that's the kind of situation we've created, is that because Senator Pito is so conflicted with his son being involved in a lot of these allegations, that he has had to basically deputize Senator Frank Blas Jr. to conduct his oversight hearings for him, which is the same thing we saw in the last term with Senator Pito as the public safety chair with the Department of Corrections, right? They had to bring in former Vice Speaker Talina Nelson to conduct those oversight hearings. So I'm just saying, I don't know what the Democrats were thinking if they didn't foresee these kind of, troubling conflicts of interest, because it's kind of been like a perfect storm too. As we already know that Joey Terlahi was named, but then for these other family members of the good senator to be called into question and thrust in the spotlight and not in a positive way, I just got to ask. I mean, at what point do we kind of say, hey, maybe we give this to someone else?
Well, and I think that's why, first off, Senator Pito Terlahi, I'm sure he's going through a lot of stress right now. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times it's very difficult. And as with any parent, you trying to separate your personal and your professional life, and want to stand by the side of your children. It becomes very difficult. And for that, I think that's why he had relinquished his responsibility, or the responsibility of conducting oversight in some things this similar into the corruption. That's why he turned it over to me. That's it. Then what is my role? And my role has got to stay within the bounds of, first off, what the oversight is, or what we intend, or what we want to accomplish in this oversight. And I think that what I'm going to focus on is the processes. Not so much the personalities or the incidents, the alleged incidents. And I say alleged incidents because we're dealing now into an area where, it's already in a judicial process, whether it be in the district court or in the local courts. There is a process that's going that includes possibly an ongoing investigation. And the last thing you want to be is to try to force individuals to talk about something that's still active, and that this information or this process can actually mar the judicial process. And I don't want to be, nor do I want to put my colleagues or other people involved that are going to be there to be in that position, and to be in that, well, it's going to be a predicament, because then we could ultimately turn into either witnesses, or there could be this whole thing about obstruction or tampering, and I don't want to go down that road. So I'm gonna stick to the processes. What are those processes? What are those issues in these processes? And how can the legislature help you so that we can improve these processes if there needs to be improvement? And then also somewhat like informational is okay. I've been there. I've done that. I've investigated cops. I've dealt with. I've had to deal with corruption. I've arrested police officers, and so I know the process that's necessary. I've dealt with joint investigations where other agencies are the lead as opposed to GPD, and what those boundaries or what those restrictions are. A lot of times in being able to share the information for purposes of this is still an active investigation. I've been involved in investigations that have taken well over 7 years to be able to complete. And these were active investigations. So I know the frustrations, I know the concerns. A lot of times when now we've got the media or the public or the community clamoring, to learn more about this. But how does that help in the pursuit of justice? Because at the end of the day, when it goes to court and everything, what we want to do is we want to make sure that you put away the bad guys. And remember, in law enforcement, just screw up once and that's it, you lost the whole case. And we can't afford that.
Is the oversight hearing tomorrow? What specifically will it focus on? I know you talked about, the policies, but is it going to be related to what happened in district court and that's it? Or is it going to also deal with some of the other stuff that's been happening at GPD regarding the crash?
I'm going to first deal with the process. Yeah. I'm going to first deal with the process. How does the Guam Police Department deal with allegations? And the allegations come in different, come from different sources. One is basically direct to the police department, through a citizen complaint and whatnot. As a result of an investigation that, going down this one direction, then you find information about this. Okay, that's another one. Or in a joint investigation where you're working collaboratively with another agency and either be customs and quarantine, Department of Agriculture, or a federal agency, and you're participating in an active joint like a task force type, like a relationship, and then how does it deal with information received that appears to be official or is official because it was mentioned in court, but GPD had no knowledge of it. So what do you do then, and how do you handle it? I think that's going to be necessary so that we can first off understand. I know that one of the conservative views is that once GPD gets the information, they sweep it on the rug or they don't do anything about it. Well, the truth of the matter is, in some cases, let's take the FBI, the court case, involving an FBI case. If it was revealed in the court, in testimony that several police officers are involved, and this is from testimony. What can GPD do about it? Well, let's take this was a case that was conducted by a federal entity, in this case the FBI, and they possibly didn't share the information with GPD because when you're dealing with individuals, from another entity, sometimes there is that trust and confidence factor, but there's also that investigative integrity factor that you come in. Was this testimony information that is part of a continuing investigation? And what can GPD do with this thing? There's no obligation on the part of the FBI to tell GPD what's going on, and they have to let the chips fall where they may. That said, I know the community says, well, in the meantime, we've got corrupt cops out there. But then we also got to recognize we live in a society, in a community where you're innocent until proven guilty. And it's that proving that guilt that we need to make sure that we continue to maintain that integrity. So that
it just seems like when you have the oversight hearing tomorrow, we're going to hear what Chief of Police Steve Ignacio has said on this show already prior, that when it comes to, administrative investigations, internal affairs investigations, he doesn't have that authority to go in and do what Senator Talahi was asking in terms of this administrative investigation, to go into customs, to go into, the judiciary, to go into the port and do that. But then you have this letter that the AG wrote to Speaker Talahi, and Chief Ignacio had also said on the show that what he does have the authority to do is conduct when a crime is committed. But then that's as far as he went, and then the AG said we're conducting investigations as it relates to the Mark Mayo case. So I'm not sure if we're just gonna see that tomorrow, just replay during the oversight hearing.
And you are going to see that replay of that tomorrow, and there's probably going to be more questions asked, along those lines to be able to clarify that, a little bit more. Okay. And remember also this hearing is not limited just to my questions. This hearing is also open to my other colleagues who also have interest in this area. Now, their focus on this thing may be more specific, or in some cases broader than where I want to take it. Start with first. Right. Where it goes from there, a lot of times too, it comes from the questionings, the other questions that some of my colleagues are going to have. That said, though, is that recognizing too that there still needs to be some parameters so that we don't cross that line of interfering in ongoing investigations. So I'm going to have to be very keen and very sharp in listening to it and trying to keep it into that area. Once again, the last thing in the world I'm going to need is based on the information that is provided, that the next day that there are subpoenas being handed out. By how much more do you know? And I'm talking from the side of the legislature. Now, the ones that are going to sit at the panel, if it is exposed that, that they do know more, not so much that can hinder it, but as a participant in it, then they've got some things to answer. And so we'll see where, like I said, it's not going to be just restricted to me. Right. I'm just holding the fort. I know that some of my colleagues have already talked to me and said, well, I'd like to know about this. And I said, well, you know what? Come to the hearing and you can sit down too.
What about just communication from the public?
Sorry, guys. We're KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam. Our multimedia broadcast on the radio side is on the Breeze, 93.9 FM, where your go-to jam's always on the way. Viewers on KUAM TV, thank you guys so much. It's been a blast. There's a lot of great programming coming up, or you can jump on our Facebook live feed, or the radio, or Docomo audio stream on Channel 10, where our interview with Senator Frank Blas, who is the Public Safety Vice Chair, will continue. Viewers on KUAM TV, my name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Hasta Dios! And we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, Sabrina Salas Manzanani.
Senator, since the word got out, and since you were tasked with taking over, oversight responsibilities with respect to just this particular issue with the Guam Police Department and the allegations that were raised in the federal cases, has anybody in the community come forward, providing additional information or expressing concerns that they want addressed while you take over this issue?
Yes, there have been, they've said that they would be providing me the information so that they can basically validate some of the concerns that they have. I'm still waiting for it. That said, this is such a profound and a very controversial issue that maybe one oversight hearing is not going to be enough. Maybe as a result of this hearing, there are going to be other questions, and other concerns that need to be raised in the legislative forum that, would warrant a continuation of it. I've already personally, I think I've already seen that this is not one issue that, okay, well, let's get together for, one late afternoon. Let's talk about this. Okay, everything's fine and good. Okay, bye. Thank you very much. No, I unfortunately, I'm already anticipating that we're probably going to have to have, at least another hearing for anything to catch up, on information that is probably going to be requested and if time is going to be needed to provide the answer. So I want to provide that forum, to have that forum so they can bring it back, Well, I tell you, one of my frustrations is a lot of times you go to hearings and then, you have somebody says, thank you, good question. I'll get back to you on this. And then after the meeting, you can't find them. And you never get that information. So I think that if it says, okay, this information we've asked for, all right, we're going to schedule another hearing, another meeting, so that that'll give you time to go get that information and bring that back to us. So
I feel like you're talking about that port oversight hearing.
I think what's going to be interesting is that, since you're the oversight chair, you have experience. You are a former police officer. So when they come to the table, it's like you already know, like, let's quit playing. Just give it to me straight. I've been in your shoes. So what's really going on?
Yeah. Yes. And, I've been through the process of, for the purposes of investigative integrity, keeping that information, not sharing that with my bosses yet. Eventually, obviously, that I do. And I've been scolded, for lack of a better term, for holding back on giving them that information. And I understand, because they've got a larger responsibility of making sure that, that the officers, all of the officers are clean. But there are times that in order to be able to prove that this officer was dealing drugs while on duty, unfortunately, you got to be able to try to do the drug deal while they're wearing the uniform or while they're on duty, to be able to prove that case. And that's the stuff that we need to, you can't accuse somebody of doing something and then not have the evidence to show that, they were doing it in that fashion. And there's that fine line that you got to worry about, and that's an operational worry during the investigation, and that's a worry to have to try to explain to the community afterwards. I've been there, and I know, so I know what it's like.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Senator Bloss, for coming on. Good luck during that oversight hearing tomorrow.
Yeah, and please, Chris and me, if there's any information that you'd like or that you were, want to know more about, feel free, please, text it to me, give me a call.
Okay.
And we'll make sure that we'll find, we'll find a way to be able to get those things answered.
All right.
For you.
Thank you.
Because
Thank you, Senator.
All right.
Alrighty.
All right.
Take care.
Stay safe.
I'll go off. Good morning.
Yeah. So that oversight hearing with the Guam Police Department is scheduled for Wednesday, tomorrow, 4:00 in the afternoon, and you can watch that on the legislature's YouTube channel or on their TV channel.
It's 8:12.
I don't know what channel.
It's one of the high
112 or something
right.
like that. But it could be different on your...
Right. It's 8:12. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next segment with our partners at AMC, I give to you the one and only Jason Solis.
Yes, thank you, and good morning, everybody. Hop it in. Welcome to The Link again on another Tuesday morning. And if you remember our Here's to Your Health segment, what we're doing right now, last week we talked about what our friends at New Gen Physical Therapy are doing for young people, specifically students and student athletes, about how they can make sure that they keep their bones, their joints, their muscles, just their state of mind ready to go as they head back to either the court or the field. Dr. Leonard Campus was one of the people who was on the interview, and he was saying that they've also at New Gen have wonderful programs for our island's elderly on the other side of the spectrum. So Dr. Campus and Dr. Luan Nguyen are here. Gentlemen, half a day. Thanks so much for seeing you.
Half a day. Thank you for having us.
All right. So I am really, really excited. And Dr. Campus, I'm assuming because you have like the visible spinal cord and everything like that, there's a somewhat of a demonstration or maybe an illustrative thing. Is there a proper physical therapist in the world that does not have like all of the various parts of the vertebrae in their office? Oops, I think you're muted, Doc. There you go.
Yeah, we all have a lot of models. Truly is the better you understand something, the more likely our plans will be successful. So, a lot of times a lot of fancy words are thrown around, diagnoses, but when you could break it down and really show someone what's going on in their spine and show them models and show what your plan will do, you have much more compliance with the program. So we always have lots of educational tools.
Very cool. Well, and as far as being educated, I've been looking forward all week to this interview because when you were kind of leading up to it last week and you said, like our island's beloved Manomko, the generation that came before us, there are a lot of services that physical therapy can provide them. And it's, elderly, care for the elderly is such a interesting topic because you're dealing with, with physical forms that have been around for quite a while. And maybe if you guys can just break it down for me, bad choice of words there, break it down. But what, what are we typically dealing with on Guam when we deal with people on the older side of the demographic and everything? Like what is the nature of maybe their injuries or just the state of their bodies?
Right. So thank you for longevity is one of my favorite topics, and something that kind of saddens me or makes me cringe a little bit is when someone really attributes not being able to do the things they enjoy, and because of or attribute it to their chronological age. And I think that perception of normal has changed over the decades. And when you even look at the green zones, these are pockets around in the world, like in Costa Rica, Okinawa, where there's a lot of centenarians or people that are 100 years old that are actually really functioning with a high quality of life and they're happy. And I think those kind of things have gone to the wayside, or our perception of what really normal or healthy has changed. And these people aren't carrying around bags of prescription medications just to stay healthy. So some of the three big tips I have recommend is, number one, for longevity is don't get diabetes. And we actually do have a program with Boca Box. It's a food prep program to really feed your soul and decrease your insulin levels and your diabetes number, called the Diabetes Program. Number two tip is delay cardiovascular disease as long as possible. And my number one tip is, ditch the processed vegetable oils like canola oil, corn oil, and switch over to avocado oil, corn oil, olive oil, and coconut oil. And the last thing that Dr. Campus can go into is really build strength. We lose, up to 8% of our body mass or muscle mass after the age of 40. So getting in the gym, working with the personal trainers, or going to do your fitness classes, and have some sort of resistance training, and also incorporating balance into it is going to be crucial in terms of longevity and staying healthy.
Mm-hmm. Doctors, do you guys offer, I know Zumba really took off like a rocket several years ago and everything. Is Zumba part of some of the services that you offer? Because I know sometimes it gets unfairly lumped in with people say like, okay, well, if I'm going to do Zumba, I have to be of a certain age. But I mean, Zumba is for everybody. And I know some people I'm related to, they're a little on the older side and they're like, wow, that really changed my life. Just, moving around, to a certain degree, getting a little bit of like, cardio exercise and everything like that. They really feel as if it's improved the quality of their life.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I like the topic of Zumba. There's been a lot of studies and looking into different fitness group programs, and they really show these dance programs or these martial arts programs where you're changing in planes and movement patterns are really the exercises that reduce aging or reverse kind of aging and help with diabetes, hypertension, high cholesterol, some of these chronic conditions. So we really love those. Here at New Gen, we have a program called Silver Streaks, and it's based off the Toggle Fall Prevention program. And it's a valid exercise group that's been shown to reduce falls in our elderlies. So it's validated, it's been proven to work. If we could prevent falls in our elderly, we help them enjoy that quality of life that Dr. Wen's talking about. You know, our medical doctors have done wonderful in increasing our lifespan. And here at New Gen, what we want to do is add quality to those years and function, so those individuals can really enjoy it. And so we're really big proponents of the Zumba, all these dance classes, and then in particular our Silver Streaks program here.
Mm-hmm. Plus, I would say, yeah, I mean, I'm not a neurologist or anything, but I know that so many people, when they do Zumba, you know, they've got this big smile on their face. It's a big social event, and, you know, you get the endorphins and the serotonin rush of just hanging out with your friends, you know, and just getting out and, you know, cutting loose for a few minutes to some good music and everything. So I'm sure that has something to do with it.
No better therapy than laughing and dancing and having fun, right?
There you go. So gentlemen, what I'm hearing is it's also a lot, and what you at New Gen are advocating is a lot of preventative maintenance, so that when you do get to that older age, you know, you don't have the chronic problems or the compounded, again, joint problems, or, you know, maybe osteoporosis or things that you may have developed if you didn't lead as healthy a life as you probably should have.
And you know, Jason, you see this in lots of things. You know, you can drive your car and never change the oil until something breaks and have to take it to the mechanic, and it costs a lot more money and more time. Or you could change your oil periodically. And I think that's what we're trying to do here, is do preventative care so we don't have these big falls, these big issues with diabetes, blindness. There's all kinds of things that happen when you let things get out of control. So let's get to it early so we can prevent it. And things are much easier for people at that point. And the quality of life's better.
Yeah, Dr. Campos, I love that analogy, because one of the smartest mechanics I've ever met in my life, this guy was like an auto savant and everything. He goes, simply stated, you know, take care of your car, and your car takes care of you.
Yeah, engines want to run, our bodies want to move. We just got to let it do it, you know?
Oh, there you go. Well, Dr. Nguyen, I'd like to ask, you know, when it comes to the members of our community who are older, and they come to you because they've got, you know, certain types of afflictions, or, you know, they're feeling discomfort or nagging pain and everything like that, what are some of the more common situations and conditions that you see and that you have to diagnose?
Right. So a lot of people come into me as, you know, as they age, they might complain or have concerns about a lot of arthritic or osteoarthritis type pain, whether in the knees or in the back. And sometimes, you know, people want that kind of fix with injections and things like that. But a lot of it's, for me, making that connection between how your diet affects the joints. If you have a very inflammatory diet, even looking at just your omega-3 to omega-6 profiles, if we tend to eat, when I alluded to before, is just your oils, that can even make the biggest difference. If you are eating higher omega-3s, such as olive oil, avocado oil, and a lot of salmon, versus processed vegetable oils or things that are in your, you know, cookies and things like that, those can be a very inflammatory for the body and cause joint pain. So a lot of is education on how and making that connection. So don't underestimate, you know, what we put in our body affects our joints and our chronic pain.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, using the automotive analogy and everything, you want to use the high grade fuel that allows your car to get like the most life out of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're really working this car angle, and deservedly so, guys. I love that analogy. It's helping me understand this. Guys, are you seeing, when it comes to the generation that came before us, is the current generation, you know, like with your help and, you know, with your advocacy of how to live a healthy life, are people as they age getting better at eating the right things and exercising and taking care of themselves than, say, people like, you know, like my grandmother's generation, where it was just out of habit and, you know, out of necessity that they ate, you know, meat and rice 3 times a day?
I think it's actually getting a lot harder in this day and age to be healthy because of the environment we're in. We're exposed to so much processed foods and it's in our face all day long. So, and those foods are a lot of times designed to make us crave more and more. So a lot of food scientists are designing foods to make us crave those kind of foods, and that can in turn make us a lot unhealthier. So I feel that is actually getting harder, and and diabetes and heart disease was not even a big thing up until even about 50 years ago when our grandparents were growing up. So this is a relatively new kind of onset of a lot of chronic illnesses that are just popping up just more recently.
Mm-hmm. Well, guys, I want to ask
But I
you
think
for
at this,
oops, I'm sorry. Please go ahead, sir.
I was gonna say, I think at the same time though, you know, we have so much access to information on our next generations, mine, the ones after me, and even a little before me. You know, there's so much information out there that they can take and then give to their families. And so I think the information's out there, but I think Dr. Run brings up a good point, is going out and getting the produce, the food. But the information is there. We just have to look for it. It's all over social media. It's all over the internet. You know, I remember going to school and you had to go to the library to get all this information, right? You had to search journals and all this, and now it's right there at our fingertips. So information's out there. We just have to take the time to look at it and then try to implement it.
I know the young kids are like, card catalog? What the heck is that? You know, there are these things called books, youngsters, and everything that, yeah, they're full of paper and, you know, like they're bound and everything like that. We used to use them all the time. Okay, guys, I want to ask you for a little bit of insider information, right? Because for people like myself and Chris Barnett, who's here, you know, off camera, our grandparents would often ask us, you know, boy, come over here, and I'm your grandparent. You have to show me respect, but give me a massage, right? And very often in Guamanian culture, we would literally just walk up and down on our grandfathers' backs, right? It was a thing to do as long as, you know, you're young enough and your grandfather's fit enough. Is there a proper way these days, like if somebody older in your family, somebody that may have you know, had some health afflictions or, you know, muscle soreness and everything, is there a way where we as caretakers can properly massage them without, you know, exacerbating the injuries, or without, you know, like actually trying to make them better? Is there a proper way to do a massage?
You know, I get this question all the time here in the office because I do quite a bit of massage and soft tissue work, and people are asking if their loved ones could do it at home. And I think the thing to remember is to listen to the person you're giving the massage to. If they're telling you it's hurting, it's too much, then, you know, go ahead and back off a little. I would be hesitant to walk on someone who's more elderly's back like that. But massage is great. The power of touch is healing, and it makes people feel good. So go ahead and massage away. Listen to the person when you're massaging them. Go easy when you're moving their limbs around, especially if they have some issues with their shoulders or their knees. You know, just don't crank and bend on them. But in general, yeah, go ahead and massage your grandma, your grandpa, your parents, your uncles and aunts. I think that's great. The power of touch is very healing.
All right, my own personal angle on this would just take him to the pros, send him to New Gen and everything, because they know what they're doing. And I can certainly I can do research. I can like try and watch a bunch of YouTube videos and everything. But I feel much better if they were in your hands than in mine, because, you know, I may squeeze a nerve I'm not supposed to, and, you know, I mean, that's my godmother, that's my grandfather, and, you know, I don't want that on my conscience.
Yeah, you can always come here with them, and then we'll teach you how to do it here, and then that way you'll have the confidence.
There you
go. Door
go.
is always open.
a worthwhile investment, to be sure. Okay, as we let you go, can you just let people know, you were mentioning social media earlier, Doc, where they can find you guys on social media? Because, you know, I know your site has got chock full of information for people of all ages, and it's a really good resource if you feel, you know, you have curiosities about certain things about health, or, you know, like me, if you're a caretaker and you want to find out so that you can help someone you love. Where can people find you on the web and on social media?
Right. So our website is www.newgen.gu, and same handle for our Facebook and our Instagram. My personal handle is on Instagram is longevity.guam, and on Facebook it's longevity.doc. So you can find me there as well.
All right, so Dr. Leonard Campos and Dr. Luan Nguyen, two gentlemen of part of the team over at New Gen Physical Therapy who have dedicated their lives to helping you live a better one for yours. So, boys, I appreciate the time as always on Tuesday, and look forward to talking to you next week.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay, so please stay tuned, everybody. The link continues with more interviews, and we are going to take a look back at some of the landmark interviews that we did in the year 2020 when the link continues right here on KUAM.
Make it through the week
Your
with
Health is presented by American Medical Center.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Hey you, what if I told you that scanning this box could give you access to any food you're craving, delivered to you hot, fast, and safely without crazy fees? Go ahead, try it. You won't be disappointed. Make the dash to Uno Go, uno-go.com, or download the app at your app store.
Join KUAM and Punta Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series schedule. CJ Blas, Don't Turn Around, 8:31, March 16th. Cabo Enterprises, IT&E. Carrier, 647 Cool and East West Rental. Proud to present the link here on this Tuesday morning. I had to check on this because I actually missed a little bit of the press conference yesterday. But there was, in the comments, there's kind of a little back and forth with Rosemarie LaGuardia, kind of talking about the quarantine protocols that the governor had talked about yesterday during the press conference. But I missed this. I did not see, as Chamarita Regis comments in, governor needs to really clarify things if she is rating herself as a 1. And so this is a story by Nestor Lecanto. 1 year later, Governor Liu gives herself a top grade for the handling of the COVID pandemic. Her administration began a news conference today with a self-produced video summarizing the events of the past year and explaining how this administration responded. KUAM News asked the Gov how she would rate that response and if she would do anything differently, to which she replied, I think we adjusted quickly. I think we're flexible. I think people in my team, they were united. They're very cooperative. They're very supportive. And we were leading with participative input and ideas from people. So no, I don't regret any of the decisions we made, and I rate it an A+. So that's what that was about. I missed that. Did you guys, the governor, rate himself too, Kev?
Morning, Chris. Morning, Bree.
Good morning.
And, I think just this pandemic has been tough on all of us. I think when it comes to just the government responses on both islands, we've had to dim it down, adjust arbitrarily, and do everything that was necessary to protect the islands, protect the Marianas for that matter. So at the end of the day, I think, public scrutiny is going to be an important part of the job, but at the end of the day, decisions had to be made in order to keep people safe in the best way possible with as little playbook as possible.
So that's a no. Governor Ralph didn't grade himself.
I'm not going to say that he necessarily didn't grade himself. I think that his performance speaks for himself. I think the having proactive measures put in place, his leadership, his communication with our Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation, the leadership of our task force chairman, Warren Villagomez, our territorial health officer, Esther Munya, chief executive officer for CHCC. A lot of people doing a lot of good work, a lot of good people doing a lot of good work in the CNMI to get us where we're at. And, with the news of us breaking our record of 203 straight days of no community transmission, I think that our focus remains the same, is continuing that good work to get us back to a COVID-free CNMI.
Okay, and then speaking of the record that you guys broke, definitely not one that you guys would want to break. But having said that, can you just kind of take us back to Friday and go over the chronology of how all of this happened to where we are today with 10 new cases in the CNMI?
Definitely, thank you, Bree. So to take you back to Friday, so the CNMI identified our 147th case, which was a frontliner who was fully vaccinated. This individual was of course, being a frontliner, you're always at risk in your line of work. Our frontliners are always at risk. They're taking the sacrifice to help keep our community safe. So it's always unfortunate to see someone on the front line, to see someone on the front line receive this type of or be impacted by the virus. But then moving forward from Friday, when we identified the first case on Friday at 5 p.m. The individual was asymptomatic, was not showing any symptoms, and completed the COVID-19 vaccination. And by 10 p.m., our expanded contact tracing identified 10 high-risk contacts and was transported to our quarantine facility. Then on Saturday, we at 8 a.m., we conducted testing for all 10 of those contacts, inclusive of the use of redundant testing platforms. So we wanted to make sure that we were identifying positive cases in the right way. We were using multiple testing platforms to ensure that these high contacts were identified. And then from there, we found that there were 3 additional cases related to case 147. So we continue to expand our contact tracing investigation through CHCC and the task force. And then it led to 10 additional high-risk contacts. So just to provide context, Chris and Bree, that when I mentioned these contacts, the contact tracing, that term that's being floated around since the beginning of the pandemic, these contacts are not necessarily positive cases. These are people just within the investigation that are brought in isolated and quarantined to make sure that we keep everyone who may have been potentially exposed to the virus away from the community. And that's always been the focus of our response. CHEC and the task force, making sure that we do our part to keep people who have been closely associated with someone who has had the virus away from the community. And as simple as that sounds, that fundamental job of keeping people who have been close to the virus away from the community has kept us safe.
Kev, let me just get in here. So you're saying that in this case, patient 0 was a fully vaccinated frontline medical worker who contracted the COVID virus but was asymptomatic?
Yeah, it was asymptomatic. The virus protects people from not producing a severe illness, but not infection necessarily. So that's one of the things that we're continuing to look at this much closely. We're continuing to receive guidance from the CDC regarding this matter. But at the end of the day, this doesn't stop the work of getting our community vaccinated.
So 147, the fully vaccinated individual, it's a medical worker?
No, it was not a medical worker.
Okay.
It was an individual who was present at our quarantine facility, frontline worker at our quarantine facility.
Okay. And how long had this individual been vaccinated?
I do not have his vaccination, his or her vaccination schedule at the top of my head, but the individual was vaccinated before exposure to the virus.
So the individual was asymptomatic. What led to this individual being tested if he or she was asymptomatic?
No, the individual was identified through outbound travel testing. So I'm sorry. Let me track it back. I'm sorry, Bree. So the positive case that was found first was an individual who was identified through outbound travel testing. So it was a traveler who exposed a frontline worker within the quarantine facility. Then the person in the quarantine facility, who was then exposed through the contact tracing, then was tested, and then that's where we found the positive case within the community and the spread within the current community cluster that we're talking about right now, which is 10 individuals who have been positive since Friday within this community cluster related to case 0, so to speak.
So the other 9 that tested positive, were they also asymptomatic?
The other 9, most of them were asymptomatic. Going back to our last situational report, there was one who was exhibiting some symptoms, but ended up having no symptoms later on through the observation process.
Were the other 9 also fully vaccinated?
I do not have that information on me. So these individuals, regardless of their vaccinated or not, through the contact tracing and through the quarantine procedures, we have isolated them isolated them safely away from.
And at 147, the first one that tested positive, do you know which vaccination or vaccine they received? Was it Moderna or Pfizer?
I do not have the specific vaccine for this specific frontline. No, I don't.
And the other 9, were they also working at the quarantine facility?
No. The other 9 were identified through the contact tracing. These individuals who were either living with the individual who received the initial contact, and then certain other high-risk contacts within found through the contact tracing investigation. Identified 10 additional individuals who have tested positive so far.
Kev, did you? I'm not sure if you had talked about this, but is there a possibility about schools shutting down because of a student being linked to the positive case?
That's a good question, Chris. So a lot of the measures that have happened on island over the last couple of days includes the fact that our public school system has shut down face-to-face instruction for the next 2 weeks. Commissioner Dr. Alfred Atta issued out a memo stating that PSS individuals and staff and teachers will be practicing home quarantine as well as shutting down face-to-face classes, and will be reverting into an online-only format. Most of our other educational institutions have provided that option as well. But not all schools have stopped face-to-face. Just as well as the government not shutting down completely face-to-face interactions as well. We're gonna what we're doing here in the CNMI is we're dimming it down in a way where we're ensuring that the policies put in place allows us to mitigate against additional spread. But at the same time, too, if we don't see any widespread community spread, which is what CHEC is communicating with the task force and the governor, we're not going to be in implementing another lockdown, so to speak, like we did back in August when we identified 2 community cases. Because right now, the CNMI has the tools and the personnel in place to keep everyone safe, to keep the individuals who have been exposed to the virus away from the community and safely in quarantine as they recover.
So how many of the 10 are children?
I do not have that information specifically.
I'm pretty sure you saw this email that's circulating around from Ron Snyder, headmaster of the Saipan International School. Kev?
Yeah, of course. So Ron Snyder is the private school representative on the Board of Education. What that communication entails is the fact that CHEC informed the Board of Education and public about the identification of the virus. At the end of the day, that information that Ron was sharing was privileged information until we were able to put in additional measures to identify these individuals found at specific sites around island, and then be able to implement a policy accordingly. So, Ron Snyder is an administrator within one of our schools. He was just trying to do his job, but at the end of the day, I think the focus remains the same within the CNMI. We want to be able to work together as a community, within the school side, our public health side, as well as our government side. So any information that we're looking at around the community, going back to what the governor has mentioned in the press conference that we had on Saturday, which is we're trying to stop the spread of misinformation. That's been a big thing that's happening around the island over the course of the weekend. Understandably so, because of this new community transmission. But again, we're telling people in the community that we are fine, we are safe still. That's been the message that's going. That's been the consistent message. We are still safe. We still have the tools and the personnel in place to keep everyone safe and to continue providing the ways for people to get vaccinated and tested accordingly.
Kev, though, what's the community feeling there? Because you guys have been smooth sailing for, 200 plus days, and then boom, not one case, not 2 cases, 10 cases. I'm just thinking that if I'm in the CNMI, I'm kind of like, whoa, did we let our guard down? What happened here? Too much hee ha ha. What's your messaging? Are you pivoting on the messaging? You're kind of like, hey guys, you still got to do the things that you got to do, or what?
Yes, the messaging has been ramped up. We're really ramping up on telling people to exercise the 3 Ws: washing your hands, watching your distance, wearing your mask, practicing proper hand hygiene to minimize the spread, and to get vaccinated when it's available to you. We've also ramped up. We also have re-implemented surveillance testing within our community to give people the option that if they're feeling like they were exposed to someone who came into contact with the virus, that they would be able to get tested as well. But to answer your question, Chris, like fully, in terms of like the overall feeling within the community, people are understandably concerned. But for us, the biggest focus that we're putting out there is that we have to just continue to be vigilant, and we have to continue to focus on making sure that we do everything we can to get over this small community cluster and then move forward. And as Governor Torres mentioned, the spread of misinformation is just as dangerous as the virus itself, and that we are confident that we'll be able to overcome this.
Just for clarification, this viral message by Mr. Snyder about the Garapan Elementary School student testing positive, is this part of the 10?
I'm not going to confirm specific individuals within the 10 cases in terms of if it's a student or not. PSS has not disclosed that as well, and the governor's office and CHSC will not disclose if it's a teacher or a student. It is a member of the public school system, but we will continue to ensure that any persons that have been identified will be isolated and quarantined accordingly.
Okay, we had a comment here. What is the website on info regarding COVID guidelines? I have family members who are flying to Saipan coming from London.
So your question is where do they find COVID-19 guidelines?
Or I guess just if you're flying to Saipan from London, maybe what are the protocols?
So the quarantine protocols are on the governor's website. That's governor.gov.mp. If you click on the blue link that's provided at the top of the page, you'll see that there's a travel form. You'll see the quarantine procedures. In actuality, we've actually been working on revising our directive to revise our quarantine procedures for people who have been vaccinated. But right now, the priority is to focus on this current community cluster. So that our quarantine procedures may be tabled, but then to answer that person's question about where the current quarantine procedures are, they're on the governor's website, governor.gov.mp. They'll be able to access the proper procedures for any non-residents who are wishing to go to the scene line. But if it's a returning resident, then that information is provided as well.
How many total people at this point have been identified as close contacts and have been isolated away from the community? And out of that number, has everyone been tested?
Yes. So we have about a little over 50 individuals within the expanded contact tracing. They've all been tested, and they've all been safely isolated away from the community. The individuals who have been isolated are going through the routine process of testing, to your question, Bree. So yes, they have been tested, and they will continue to be monitored throughout the quarantine process and until determined that they did not contract the virus and will therefore be released from quarantine.
Has anyone been hospitalized?
No, not at all. No one has been hospitalized, which is a welcoming sign. No one has been hospitalized. People have just been at the quarantine facility. There are medical care staff on site. So if needed, the option is always there. But so far, no specific hospitalization.
Okay.
Did anyone get mad at you because you keep coming on the link talking about how great you guys are doing? And now your community streak is over?
I mean, we're not gonna necessarily.
I wanted to move on to what is the status now with reopening tourism in the Sinai.
That's a great question. To be honest with you, the reopening plan hasn't stopped. Us pursuing reopening has not stopped. The Governor's Council of Economic Advisors, in conjunction with the Marianas Visitors Authority, our partner agencies, our regional partners, as well as our tourism partners in our source markets, that those conversations have not stopped. This is a community cluster. Yes, it is something to be concerned about, but then this has been something that we have continually worked on to mitigate against if it were to happen. So we weren't going to say that community transmission was going to be going on for the rest of the pandemic. Like, the community transmission would have been not a thing for the rest of the pandemic. We wanted to make sure that even with community transmission, albeit just a small community cluster, we're going to continue the work of reopening our economy, keeping everyone, giving people an opportunity to get back into a sense of normalcy with their jobs. Our tourism industry, our domestic economy, has been enthusiastic and is excited about the prospect of us continuing to pursue the reopening of tourism, while also making sure that our small businesses get the help they need, both through our local government as well as through federal assistance that we're continuing to pursue. With the signing of the American Rescue Plan, a lot of federal assistance is going to be coming into the Sinai on top of a lot of federal assistance that we've had over the last couple of years since the typhoons in 2018. So the work continues in terms of getting people the help they need, the stimulus checks, the paycheck protection program, a lot of these business loans that are going to be coming in, unemployment assistance, or the third iteration of pandemic unemployment assistance under this. Our agencies have been locked in to continue this work, and we're going to continue to pursue reopening in a way that we know how, that we've been doing, that we've been deliberate about, and we look forward to hopefully getting a response soon from South Korea.
Okay, so we're still waiting for the written, I guess, agreement from South Korea. Okay.
Yes.
Where are you guys with achieving herd immunity?
In terms of achieving herd immunity, we are doing well in our vaccination rates, but do not have the vaccination numbers right now. But I can circle back and get those and get back to you about that. But so far, our vaccination rate has been going strong. We've been making sure that people within phases 1A and 1B receive the opportunity to get vaccinated, and not just get vaccinated with one dose. We are giving them we are making sure that 2 doses are dedicated for every single person who has a confirmed appointment with the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation. That's our biggest focus, particularly with Pfizer and Moderna, since those are 2-dose vaccines. We're not going to rely on 1 dose for those vaccines when it has without CDC approval. So that's our focus. Johnson & Johnson vaccines are making its way here to the Sinai. CHCC has made an initial order of about 400 Johnson & Johnson vaccines. But we do have a large vaccine supply to continue vaccinating folks in phases 1A and 1B, and we've expanded vaccination to folks under 50 years old.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks.
Yeah, Kev, thank you.
Anything you wanted to get out?
No, just again, Bree, Chris, thank you so much for the platform and to communicate with our constituents in the Sinai and family and loved ones constituents in Guam and family and loved ones in Guam. I think that the messaging of One Marianas remains true within this pandemic. The Sinai is going through its own version of dealing with community spread once again. But to the listeners and to the loved ones on Guam, rest assured that Governor Torres, CEO Munya, Task Force Chairman Warren Gomez, and our task force and our first responders are doing everything we can to keep your family and loved ones in the sea to safe. We are, Chris, you talked about about the governor giving himself a grade about the response. The CMI is very proud of our COVID-19 response, and while we have this community cluster, we're going to be able to get back to that point again of working hard to get us back to no community transmission. So we're going to continue to keep everyone updated as best we can, and work with our media partners to ensure that that this process is done well, and that we keep people safe within the islands. Thank you both so much, as always.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate it.
And good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Stay safe.
Wash your hands, wear your mask, watch your distance. One Marianas. There you go, Kevin Bautista from the CNMI governor's office. So I guess their governor hasn't given himself a grade.
Right, and
yet.
so the way that came about with the governor giving her an A+ was Nestor actually asked the question.
It's a question that we've asked our media. It's just one of those questions like, hey, how are you? How do you grade yourself? I think she's been asked it a few times during the pandemic.
Right, and we just do have a quick update on the fatal motorcycle crash that occurred just before 1 o'clock this morning in Tumon. Anderson Air Force Base just issued a release confirming that an airman assigned there was killed during an off-base motorcycle crash. In accordance with the Department of Defense policy, the name is being withheld until 24 hours after next of kin is notified. And again, it is under investigation by the Guam Police Department's Highway Patrol Division to look into the cause of the crash. And again, that occurred just after 1 o'clock, or just before 1 o'clock this morning. It was along Santos Hill, Route 14, Tumon. It was an adult male. Medics were performing CPR, transported to GRMC. This marks the fourth traffic-related fatality of this year. And again, Anderson Air Force Base confirms it was an airman assigned to the airbase.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock on the radio side. The Breeze, we're at KUAM FM, Agotnia, Guam. This is the link, of course, Facebook Live viewers. We'll be back after a quick break. It's 9 o'clock again, Tuesday, March 16th.
Join KUAM and Punta Endosa Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day, Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Hey, you. What if I told you that scanning this box could give you access to any food you're craving, delivered to you hot, fast, and safely without crazy fees? Go ahead, try it. You won't be disappointed. Make the dash to Uno Go, uno-go.com, or download the app at your app store.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series schedule.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday seafood sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Governor's office spokesman Kevin Bautista, who was telling us about a person who was fully vaccinated that was asymptomatic and was still able to spread the virus to other people. So guys, just be safe, okay? I mean, even if you are fully vaccinated, remember you don't know if everyone else is. So just conduct yourself with kind of that that way we did to get out of the second surge. Remember when we got scolded by Tanchai about Thanksgiving, and then everyone kind of did a whole 180. I give Tanchai an A+, by the way. Yeah, so just kind of do your part, okay? Just be courteous and mindful. It's 9:07. Again, this is the link brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier at 9:07. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have from the Guam Chamber, Catherine Castro sitting by. Good morning.
Good morning. Half a day.
Thanks for joining us. I guess just first of all, your reaction to the governor's reopening plans yesterday. I know that's kind of like a GHRA kind of deal, but I'm pretty sure reopening tourism is just going to lead to a ripple effect for a lot of your members, right?
Well, certainly to the entire island. We're happy, obviously, right, that we're very forward, and we've got a date that we're looking forward to. We're anxious to get our folks open. We'd love to have heard that we were up to 75% capacity. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. We truly believe that once we can get our businesses back open, and we would be ready with open arms when our first visitors come back to visit our island. So, but we're pleased that we've got a date, and we continue to look forward.
I guess just sticking our finger in the air, checking on the businesses that are open under the capacity restrictions. How would you say they're doing? Catherine, before you answer that, let me just tell you, I picked up some takeout Saturday. I want to say it was Friday or Saturday, I forget. But I was talking with the restaurant owners, a restaurant down in Tumon, and they're open for dine-in, and it was pretty. I mean, there were definitely I don't think they could have had any more customers in with the social distancing or whatever. But I asked the manager, I was like, hey, so how are you guys doing? He's like, we're doing okay. It's a lot of takeout though, and I was like, well, that's good, right? And he goes, well, not really, because with takeout, they're incurring all these extra costs like containers, and it also poses problems for the dine-in customers because you have a large number of people calling in for takeout, and then I guess that's kind of slowing down the kitchen, which I don't know. I kind of the takeaway that's almost a good problem to have is that you're so slammed on your takeout and your dine-in that they're kind of running into each other. So is that kind of what you're hearing out there? Or?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that that's a good problem to have. But, we also see too, and I don't know if you've had this experience in talking to some of the restaurants as well, is that they're also still having some difficulty of getting folks to apply for jobs and come into work. And so that has been an issue, right? So if you take a look at availability of jobs, there is quite a bit out there. If you're interested in food service, coffee shops are looking for people. The restaurants are looking for people. Salespeople. Companies are looking for salespersons. There's opportunities out there. We just need to be able to get some motivation in our folks to consider coming back to work.
Well, how much does it pay compared to the PUA?
Well, that's
the problem, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But there's obviously, I always think that, there's, when you go to work, you are interacting, you're engaging, you're learning. There's always room for growth instead of just, kind of staying home and staying stagnant. I don't know if that's true. Maybe folks are, going online and learning a new skill. Or going to school. Those are great things as well.
Or maybe they're just sitting back collecting a PUA check.
Or that as well.
Right, yeah. I wonder how it's going to be, Catherine, because right now there's no job search requirement. But, if we're marching towards this path to half and this liberate Guam, and I'm assuming that means some kind of P Corps 4 declaration when these people on the PUA and the the unemployment, disaster unemployment assistance, have to go out and look for jobs. What do you think that's going to do to the number of people on those programs?
Well, I think there is some kind of caveat there that they have to show proof that they're looking for a job. But there's got to be some kind of that was part of my issue in reference to the federal stimulus. I feel very, very strongly, this is my personal opinion, that the stimulus packages should be, strongly geared towards education and to businesses or business setup for folks that are entrepreneurs wanting to look for a way to go into business for themselves, just so that way that it would help bring people back into the workforce rather than have them go directly to individuals. So I think that's the only way for us to grow our economy, is to get people back into work so that we can get there are jobs that need to be filled in order for us to be able to welcome visitors back into Guam, right? And so if there's not going to be people in hotels, if there's not going to be people in restaurants or in retail, then these businesses are going to remain closed. What are they going to do?
Good point. Let's take it back a little bit, because I didn't get to catch up with you. I don't think we caught up with you, your reaction and the chambers maybe of the state of the island.
Mm-hmm. Well, we did issue a comment, and we felt very strongly that the governor had a good representation about how the virus has impacted. The pandemic has impacted our community, and we obviously appreciate the support of her administration, because we are partnering with this economic diversification initiatives that we've been really working so hard on. And then we obviously appreciate the support from both the administration and the legislature in putting out some business-friendly measures. And we were pleased to see that she would lift the sunset provision on the Dave Santos Act, which would keep a certain threshold at 3% business privilege tax. So, I think one of the senators, I think it was Senator Moylan, that might have already put that together. So those are some of the things that we're really happy about. It's not enough, right? So we agree with her that it was not enough, and we still feel very, very strongly that we need to bring that business privilege tax down for everybody, at least to 4%. And with all that money, that stimulus money that's coming in from the Biden administration, there should be no issues in reference to, government, any type of lost revenues for the government. So yeah.
We talk about hiring. We had a comment here. How many hours will most of the businesses be able to offer applicants/employees with the current protocols? Because you're right, it's like a juggling act, because you want people to come back to work, but with these protocols, I mean, what are they going to work, like 2 hours a week?
Yeah. So I believe there are different protocols for different industries, right? So there are staggered times when there's in person, and then the other times that you would work from remotely, right? So you may have a full-time work week, but you may not be in the actual establishment, depending on what the industry is, the 5 or 6 days a week, whatever the agreement is with your employer.
Catherine, it kind of seems like the dialogue, the tone of the conversation between, like, for example, the chamber and the governor, it seems a little more tempered, right? Whereas you guys were going pretty hard in the, I mean, I think it was justified, but you're going pretty hard. What has happened there with this dialogue that we're really seeing kind of toning down a little bit. Is it a catch more flies with honey kind of thing?
Well, I think that, I think we have an understanding, right? There are going to be times that we're going to agree with governor, and then there's times that we're going to respectfully disagree. And I think we've come to that understanding. And I believe that with our chair sitting on several of the governor's task force groups, there's better understanding from both sides, right? So we continue to feel very strongly about advocating for certain things, and that is openings. We should be at 75%, we should be at 100%, and she is not at that level yet. She's not at that place yet. And we also continue to fight for bringing down that BPT, and she's not it's not something that she wants to do, but we will, we understand, the concerns, but, we also think that with the current situation that, the stimulus, the vaccines that are coming through, I think that our people we're already understanding what it takes to be in a good place, right? Sanitize, 6 feet social distancing, working remotely is already a part, it's already ingrained in us, right? So
they're going to have to put it in the dictionary.
Exactly. Right? so I just feel, so yeah, I think that there's a little bit of a better understanding, but we will continue to, there's certain things that we're going to continue to butt heads on, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the ambitious things the governor covered in her Sati speech was the unemployment program, right? She had big talk about this. There was, I think, a few sentences on it. What's you guys' take on that and standing something like this up? Because I know traditionally the resistance has come from, or at least from what the administration has said, the resistance has come from the employers.
That's correct, because in most unemployment situations in the states, right, unemployment insurance, the employers pay the bulk of that funding, right? So a little bit comes from the employee, but and then I guess it depends on which states, if it's 75% or 50% comes from the employer. So again, you have to remember what it takes to do business on Guam. It costs so much to do business here, and then so to add on to what the situation is with the pandemic, and to add on to an additional fee for the businesses to incur, that would be a concern for us. But if there is, she kind of mentioned something about a grant and money from the federal government.
Yeah, but Catherine, what she had said was it was something about compact impact funding from 2003. There was I remember 2003, but I'm not the main rememberer around here. That's usually Sabrina, but you're right. It talked about compact impact, which I kind of thought we're always getting shortchanged on that. So, that compact impact money we get in, it's usually gone before we even get it, right?
Right.
So, yeah, there weren't any details, so I was curious.
She was talking about this unemployment program. You can do it by securing federal loans that can be offset entirely by the amount owed to us in compact impact debt.
Okay.
I think there's still got to be, we still got to do a lot of research on it.
Yeah.
We've got to out where does that leave folks, right? And then there's got to be, we really have to take a look at how it works in other, what a successful program looks like in other parts of the nation. And so, yeah, we'll reserve some comment on that until we learn a little bit more.
I wanted to just, before, you have anything?
Yeah, I also wanted to follow up on the State of the Island address, where the governor was talking about the $661 million and a part of it going to, helping small businesses. So since she said that, what conversations has she had with the Chamber of Commerce on how best to help small businesses with the $661 million?
We haven't had a face-to-face conversation in reference to specifics on the stimulus plan. So we do understand from the congressman and from SBA, there are various aspects of the American Rescue Plan that would support small businesses. And so we're, kind of digging through that and looking through that and putting something together so that we can push that out to the members. But it is, it's a lot of stuff to go through.
Okay.
I wanted to just ask, we had asked the governor yesterday what grade would she give herself? A plus? Well, how about you? What grade would you guys give the administration? I mean, let's not single out the governor, but what grade would you guys give the administration for the pandemic response?
I don't know. That's a subjective question.
Yeah, I know. Well, I wouldn't give myself an A plus right off the bat. Oh boy.
I don't know.
A plus, boy, A plus. A plus, plus. Totally. Like a B. I mean, because Catherine, right? We're alive, I guess. Baseline, right? That's kind of like the argument is like, hey, you're alive.
Mm-hmm. I mean, one could argue that all of the restrictions that have been put in have put us to where we are today, right? And so, for that, we've done good. And I think that it's with the cooperation of everybody that we are where we're at. And I think that between all of us, the media, the chamber, other organizations, we have put everybody, the legislature and the administration, on notice or on, say, we've questioned, we put that out there. So we've kept everybody on our toes. And I think that because of that, we are also where we're at today. So I think we give ourselves, a good thumbs up for doing what we all do best. And we did not rest on our laurels. I think that the media did a fantastic job of making sure that, questions were asked. I think that the business organizations did a great job of also asking questions and being, kind of pushing the issue and pushing the button. And people were forced to do things to look at those questions and answer them as truthfully as they could. So I think everybody had a part in bringing us to where we're at today.
Yeah, I would give the people of Guam. I mean, we had a crazy time in that second surge, but I really think the people of Guam deserve more credit, and I'm not sure why we didn't get that credit when the question was asked, but I'll just give it to you guys. We kind of did what we needed to do, and I think there was a point during that second surge where, we let our guard down, and collectively as a community, we weren't doing what we needed to do. But, when it got that serious, I think we let ourselves out of the wilderness into this current state of affairs that we're now enjoying.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that, it's really the people of Guam, right? And it's really, the mindset of where we wanted to be. We wanted to be out of that situation. And, I think that, there was a lot of prayers going on. We're a very faithful community. And I have to tell you, my WhatsApp chats were, blazing with prayers and, positive thoughts for everybody, right? And so, I really think it's our community as a whole. And we really should be proud of ourselves for being where we're at.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
So what do you get? You didn't really answer the question though. So what would you give the? I mean, that was the longest non-answer. I mean, you're slick. You're pretty slick there. But what, like a B? Are you going? Because I heard you say thumbs up, and that's pretty broad because it's like either pass or fail. I see what you did there. I see what you did
That's all
there.
you're gonna get.
All right. Okay.
All right.
I love you guys.
Thank you. He's like, all right, hey, we don't want to make it any harder for Christine Boleto. She's in.
Still got work to do.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Catherine.
Take care, guys.
All right. That's why she always gives me a hard time about coming on, because she's like, man, I don't know what the hell you guys are. We'll be smooth sailing. Then you're like, give her a grade. Oh, wait, no. She's laughing in there. Oh, man. I'm just saying, like, don't give yourself an A+. Like, I mean, really?
What else is?
I wonder, though. That's
what
a good.
else is she gonna give herself?
I wonder if maybe we should do that for social media. We should ask like different agency directors or organizations and everything like that to grade yourself, because you can go kind of one of two ways.
I asked the governor this question in the press conference last year.
I remember that.
And the answer, she got so mad, or she's like really mad, or defensive, I guess is the word. The answer that she had given, she said the only thing that they would have done different is get a vaccine or something, right? It was something like crazy answer like that.
Because I mean, you can go one of two ways, and I guess you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
Right? You could say like me, right? Personally, I'm always a pessimist. So if you say like how personally did I do during the thing, I would say maybe a B, like using the plus regular minus.
Yeah.
I would say maybe like a B. There's a lot of stuff I probably could have done better. I probably could have like worked harder. I could have worked more efficiently and stuff like that. Or you can just say, I want to inspire confidence, and just say A+. I was rock solid. I was sublime, and then people think okay, well now you're being vain.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess she could argue that she deserves an A+, because like I said, if you look at how we're doing comparatively with the states, we're doing okay, right? But I don't.
And also, giving herself that grade also was premised on the fact that number one, everybody was going through this. So this was unprecedented. No other governor is going to have this sort of experience,
right?
That she has had through this whole entire ordeal.
Kind of the same way with like George W. Bush after 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, prior to this, former Governor Carl Gutierrez, he was the
most experienced
master of disasters.
Right.
Yeah. Now look.
Okay, so let me ask the two of you. Right?
Yes. Okay.
If you had to pose that question to specific people or organizations, like regardless, federal, local government, private sector, whatever like that, each of you gets 3, right? To say grade yourself on how you handled things during the pandemic. Chris, who would you ask if you had to pose that question to 3?
I would just give them a grade.
No, I'm saying ask.
You're that was sort of convoluted. Can you just go back and ask that question?
No, no. This is journalism. This is a question, right? So, I would say if I was going to do it, No, that's what we do here.
Yeah, you go back and ask the question. I wasn't really paying attention.
No, okay. So listen up this time.
He just said, which 3 entities would you ask? What would you grade yourself?
Yeah, if you were going to pose that question to 3. Either people or organizations or government agencies, whatever like that, who would you ask it to?
I'm not really caring about the question. I'm more concerned with the answer. Yeah.
Are you talking about Guam? Are you talking about?
No, I said either the federal. Okay, comments. They get it. Okay, I would ask Admiral Minoni how he felt he did.
Mm-hmm.
I probably would have asked Kathy. Now when we had her on, how did the Chamber of Commerce feel that they did, and. Not so much GMH for me.
That was the real work. I mean, to me, GMH, public health, like they had to work. I mean, they worked. We see it through all the interviews that we've done over the last year that they were really the public health authorities in this, and the people of Guam deserve so much credit for again doing what we had to do.
And I would ask Mary Rhodes at Hotel and Restaurant Association
yeah.
what grade she would give herself.
All right. Thanks for that, Jay. 9:30. I don't know, my friend. I love you, though. I'm about to put that picture in the chat up on our feed. That ought to spice some things up.
Mm-hmm. You want to get snarky? We got
I got to.
No, I'm just saying. Like,
you're compromised.
So, no, I mean that is a very tough question to ask, and also I would be interested in saying who, throughout all of the different personalities and whatever organizations they were affiliated with or people like that, how they felt they did.
Yeah. Or, people, what do you feel? Rosemary writes, roadblocks does not warrant an A+.
Ooh. Speaking of big things that happened, a lot of people got really, really upset for that.
Was it effective?
But what was your thing? Because you, when we were in the the governor's live stream press conference, you actually called it roadblock, and she got a little upset at that, and she goes, "They're not." What did she say? They're not roadblocks.
They're checkpoints.
They're checkpoints. Yes.
Yeah. They're roadblock checkpoints. Is what it was. You guys were there. It was a roadblock. Come on, they blocked the road.
No, Sabrina and I both live in Gigo. We had to go through those things like at least twice a day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is there's a million things you can go back and look at that were just like, huh? Like you remember the time when the governor had said that she was just like talking out loud, thinking out loud. She goes, "Oh, we're gonna put a letter like if you're gonna go to the grocery store, you're gonna have to put a letter A on your vehicle. If you're gonna go, to gas your vehicle, you're gonna put a letter G on your vehicle. If you're gonna put,
Yeah, she was kind of hinting of what was to come.
what could have come."
Right.
And also
But-
that press conference leading up to, remember, everybody was talking about that, like everybody from all walks of life in WhatsApp.
Yeah.
And then when that finally went on, that
Yeah, she ended up. I think it was.
They
scrapped.
never
It
never
was
implemented
scrapped,
it. But
right.
the point I was trying to make was she announced that crap on a Thursday, and then we here had to deal with it all the way to the next week.
all the memes and the
People were calling like, "What letter do we have to have? I just need to go to the store and buy milk."
Yeah.
What letter? Like they're but the governor said. And how do you argue with somebody when they're saying the governor said when the governor really did say?
no, remember, like the three of us and all of our colleagues here, like
I think she wasn't supposed to say it at the time.
That's why they give her talking points
all
now.
all three of us and everybody in the newsroom, we
Like
all had
the
to
start
carry around
mess.
like those papers. Remember?
Yeah.
We had I had to put that like in my glove compartment to say,
Right.
like,
And so I guess that's what the governor means by when she says they were flexible and they adjusted to what was happening here. And, we're not, I'm not saying she doesn't deserve any credit because obviously, she made decisions, right? But I'm just saying that if anything, we deserve not we, us here, but the people. Because we're the ones that did the stuff. You know what I mean? And all this talk about, remember the citations and you guys we're going to have to give you a ticket because you don't know how to behave. And then, well, guess what? By the time they stood up the whole ticket program, we already were doing everything. And like there were not a lot of tickets that were given out because we were doing the damn thing. Mm-hmm. So when she talks about these tough decisions that she had to make, I think a lot of them were made like after the fact. So anyway, but yeah, A+, that's a little much.
What was the big turning point? The one thing that really
It was the second surge. I feel like the second surge, with just we're getting the 300, right? Remember?
Yeah, I've always felt personally just.
And remember the spin that they tried to put on the high number of positive cases when they're trying to say like, oh no, that's because it's a cluster, so a cluster doesn't really count because it exists in a bubble. Just like the amount of energy they spent trying to like make these truths more digestible is just crazy. It's giving Bree a headache thinking back on all this stuff.
Because you even said you really thought the turning point when our community kind of like stepped up and then really got it was, I don't want to say threat, but they kept saying with the holidays,
right,
specifically starting at
of course,
Thanksgiving.
Right. But also during the first like break we got during the summer, I think the surge that we saw then was because the governor and the government and the administration was telling everybody that everything was okay. Like, oh yeah, go to the beach. Oh yeah, go gather to 50 or whatever. That's what I think caused the second surge was that it was a combination of us letting our guard down, but only because we were told that it was over. And
Peace
so
Corps fun.
Yeah, Peace Corps fun. Remember that? And then so after that summer of love, if you will, and when we saw the second surge, I think that's when people were like, I don't even want to listen to what the governor's saying anymore. The administration, it's too conflicting. They change their mind. There's contradictions. And so people just said, you know what? That's my interpretation. People were like, we're going to beat this thing.
But you know what? I really thought, from my vantage point, what was the real point when our community really started coming out? Because remember, like, it was really hard to get locals to go and get tested for coronavirus because, again, everybody thought that if you did pop positive when you were at one of the testing centers, they were immediately going to yank you out of your car and throw you into COVID jail, which was not the case.
Yeah.
But I always thought that when we had those 31 airmen that tested positive, and then when we shared that PDF about everywhere that they allegedly had gone, remember that, Bree? The very next coronavirus testing event, which was up in Gigo, they had a huge number of people. Everybody went up there.
They had too many people. Remember, it was like, and so that's what I mean about the learning curve of even us. We adjusted quicker than the government did. It's 9:36 on this theme of kind of like looking back during this whole week as we celebrate's not even the right word, as we kind of look back at a year under this pandemic. Bree, we're going to be playing some of these key interviews that we've had. And when you talk about a turning point, this was one of those where we saw in the same week Dr. Jana Manglotnia come out with the interview that we played earlier, and then Dr. Jolene Uggan, who had been pretty silent, not because, she was shy or anything, but because she was busy trying to save people's lives, right?
Wait, these were in the same week?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Well,
They
I mean,
both
that
said
was-
6 months ago. I don't know who posted stuff on YouTube, but there wasn't a date. It just said 6 months ago. Okay. So, yeah.
Was it around the same time?
It was definitely around the same time. And so here you go. We're going to play this link. Do not be alarmed again on the radio. We've been talking about this all morning. We're playing some throwback clips as part of our look back at a year under COVID. And so, again, this interview previously aired 6 months back. It's Dr. Jolene Uggan on the link. All right, let's just go ahead and we're going to bring on Dr. Ho Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group, and then he'll be joined momentarily as they're figuring out the technical issues at the Guam Memorial Hospital. He'll be joined by Dr. Jolene Uggan. Good morning, Doc.
Hi, Doc.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
I just guess right off the...
This is a sad weekend.
Yeah, and a lot of people are wondering about this, the tragic loss of this 10-year-old boy as a COVID-related fatality. And I know it was Naval Hospital, Doc, and we kind of put in the communication with them. We haven't got anything back yet. So is there anything else that you can tell us about this 10-year-old boy who passed of COVID relations over the weekend?
Yeah, we don't have any information either come out with Navy, but, at 10 years old, there's not much comorbidity there, except if he's have asthma or diabetic, either one. But we don't have any info come out Navy. But it's sad, and that just a young life lost there. But again, this virus here does not discriminate against anyone. When it's an age, we need to pay attention to make sure to protect ourselves and our family. But yes, this is going to create a lot of weight in the community for the parents to worry about. So we're going to try to get some info from the Navy, but probably public health probably the only one that probably will get the info out for the public. But again, parents, you still have to really pay attention to your children. That's why sometimes we ask that if you go shopping somewhere, that just if you have two parents, just leave the children at home and don't bring them along. We still see that in the community, just like Mayor Savara say, just stay at home, go shopping by one parent, just leave your children at home.
Okay, and I think we now have Dr. Jolene Uggan up on the KUM News Zoom room. Dr. Uggan, can you give us a 1 2 1 2?
1 2 1 2.
Awesome.
You hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you. Yes. Welcome to the show, Doc.
Thank you.
And I guess we'll just ask you because we had just asked Dr. Hoa. Do you have any additional information about this 10-year-old boy who passed over the weekend?
I don't know what sorry, I missed what Dr. Wen had said.
He said
I didn't hear anything.
He didn't really know anything else, so we are just asking you.
Same. The only thing I do know is that patient, he was transferred to Naval Hospital.
Was he
not to GMH?
Oh, so he was. You said transferred? Was he transferred from
he was transferred from home to Naval Hospital.
Mm-hmm. And do we know he was I guess a dependent, I guess you could say?
I have no information. I apologize.
Doc, so I mean we have a lot of parents. I got a 9-year-old turning 10 next month.
I have a 10-year-old.
Right, and parents this news just hit hard, so hard. I mean it's one thing, and God, I don't want to be that. I'm not that guy to be like, oh, we've had 95-year-olds pass, but it just hits. It just hits different with a 10-year-old boy. So what would your message be to the parents out there, doctors, who are waking up this morning and wondering how real the risk is for their children?
The the risk is real, whether or not you're a child or an adult. I don't know. I saw that on the JIC he had some comorbidities. The only, the one underlying comorbidity that children can have is asthma. So if he had asthma, it could exacerbate his asthma. Asthma alone, without any underlying infection, when they go into exacerbations, is dangerous by itself. So, if your children are sick, for sure, please bring them in, have them seen either by their primary care physician in the urgent care, within the emergency department, especially if they have underlying lung disease or, a history of asthma. I can't tell you, what may have happened with this child because I don't know enough information.
Right. So for the Guam Memorial Hospital, though, are you seeing an increase in children coming into GMH and
No.
as a result of COVID? No?
No.
Or any children coming into GMH?
Currently, we've had children come into GMH that were positive. They have not stayed long. Usually they're seen by the pediatrician and sent back. We haven't had any hospitalized, nothing recently, my understanding, of COVID positive pediatric patients.
Doc, there's a lot of kids out there with asthma. There's a lot of kids out there with...
There are a lot of kids out there with asthma.
So what are we saying to the parents out there? Because I just know that they're having a rough morning.
I would practice your infection control. Wear your masks. Teach the children how to wash their hands. Social distancing. In the home. Limiting the amount of people coming in and out of the house if they're not immediate members of the household. If your children, and I'm not a pediatrician,
Right.
Yeah.
but if your children are coughing, having fevers, please contact your pediatrician or bring them in for sure.
What other, and
Also
Dr.
get the
Ho-
flu vaccine.
Right, I was just going to
Yes,
say.
get vaccinated for sure. We are already seeing cases of influenza since about a month ago. So influenza is on this island, and I know that some of these clinics already have the vaccine available. So please get vaccinated.
Docs, what other types of conditions in children could lead them to have a hard time with the COVID? Because we heard diabetes, right? And I know Dr. Was talking about obesity, and obesity being a factor in how well some adults do against COVID-19. And God knows we have some chubby kids on Guam. For lack of a better way to put it. So what other types of condition other than asthma
Again, I'm not a pediatrician, but the comorbidities of adults, such as morbid obesity, yes, for sure, especially when they're coming in. We, just being morbidly obese, we have difficulty with patients on ventilators. It's it's more challenging. Any immunocompromised state, so diabetes, some children can have deficiencies in their immune system.
Okay, Doc, so we've established the fact you're not a pediatrician. Doc, can you give us an update on the COVID census at GMH?
As of today, we're at 123 total census. We have 48 positive COVID, and of the 48, we have 14 ICU level of care. I believe there are now 10 on ventilators. And I need to double check that ventilator number, but I believe it was 10.
So what's your assessment of the situation at the hospital right now, this morning, Doc?
It's horrible. We have a lot of sick patients. COVID-19 is a very deadly, or SARS-CoV-2 is a very deadly virus. And, what we're seeing on this second wave is likely that the virulence of this virus is more aggressive. When we had the first wave, we didn't have this many patients, and we did have 2 patients that were intubated. And although one of them had a prolonged intubation, was successfully extubated, and both went home. What we're seeing now is everything that we actually read about, where this virus, what it does is that its primary organ is the lungs. So it initially will cause a hypoxemic respiratory failure. Patients are very short of breath. Their oxygen levels will go down. And it does that in multiple ways. One is that it directly damages the lung tissue. And second, it causes a dysregulated immune response. Both can propagate microthrombi or small clots. And it's not just in the lung that it can do this. It's wherever these receptors are that these viruses can bind to. So in the intestinal, in the intestines, in the blood vessels, it can propagate little microthrombi and make the blood very thick. They can form a lot of clots. And so in different organ systems, it manifests very differently. In the brain, it causes a stroke. In the heart, it causes a heart attack. In the skin becomes cyanotic, where the fingers turn blue. In the pancreas, it causes pancreatitis. It's a very, very deadly virus. We have challenges when patients come in with comorbidities that are already immunocompromised. So diabetes, right? Having cancer, if you have an underlying malignancy, if you have liver disease. Your liver is a very important organ. It is what makes the proteins of your body. And those proteins are what help regulate the immune system. And it plays a very important role in clotting. And so, I know that there's a lot of comments about, patients coming in and why are they more sick? And it's because likely this virus, and it's going to, over time become more and more virulent. So we are seeing everything. We are seeing heart attacks. We are seeing seizures. We are seeing strokes. We're seeing it all. And then when they're vented for prolonged periods, that by itself, without COVID, causes other issues, nosocomial infections, having a secondary pneumonia on top of that, secondary to multi-drug resistant bacteria, that makes it even more challenging to manage these patients. They can go into multi-end organ dysfunction where the kidneys fail, the lungs are absolutely failed, the heart cannot sustain the blood pressure anymore. Very complicated.
Yeah, Doc, I'm just floored by what you're saying, but it really seems like at the onset we thought this was strictly with the lungs. That's all we heard, and now
Absolutely not.
Right.
Absolutely not. It is not just with the lungs. This virus will affect all systems. We've known that. We've just been fortunate in the first wave not to have everybody go through this, but there are multiple patients that were admitted during that first wave that did have multi-system organ failure that we supported, for sure. What we're seeing now is a more aggressive, virulence. I mean, even in the community, people with no medical history, triathletes, down for days.
Doc, there are people out there that are kind of, that may be sick, because it's often been said, we already have a sick population, and people may be scared, they're sick, but they just don't want to go to the hospital. Or people don't want to go do their checkups. And so what advice do you have for them? Or are you kind of are you guys in fear that they're so scared they don't want to come to the hospital that, for their chronic conditions? And then it just seems like it's just going to get worse.
I think that there are multiple reasons. One is, they don't even want to come out of their house. We had that issue during the first wave where patients weren't even going to their follow-ups because they were too afraid. And then what happened as the first wave had become better controlled, we had less inpatient admissions, we started to see an influx of non-COVID, very sick patients. And so my advice is, please go to your checkups. Please do not run out of medication. Please go and get refills on your medications. If you have COVID, what brings a patient into the emergency department? Remember that most patients, more than 80%, will recover without any hospitalization. They'll have symptoms of fever, body aches, cough. But when you start getting chest pain and shortness of breath, you absolutely should be evaluated by some healthcare provider.
Doc, in discussions we've had.
Dr. Linda Agon is correct. All patients need to follow their primary care. We don't want to have another wave after the COVID patient recover, because the non-COVID patient as is important. We don't want to get hit after we recover from the second wave. We don't want to get hit by another wave by non-COVID patients. So we encourage everyone to follow their primary care to get their chronic disease under control.
I think that for us, without COVID, we've always seen an influx of inpatient admissions for influenza, its complications. And so, we are definitely within the flu season. And so it's not just COVID. We have in the history of influenza have had deaths. And so having co-infections with COVID or just influenza admissions is going to continue to task these acute care facilities, Guam Memorial Hospital, GRMC, and Naval.
Doc, in discussion, in discussions we've had with Lillian Posadas, she's repeatedly talked about just how the nurses, doctors, hospital staff, they've also come down with COVID, and just the shortage of, I guess, personnel there as a result. And I mean, GMH has always been short-staffed in the past, and you couple it with what's happening with COVID, so people can just understand what's happening at GMH and the kind of days that these doctors and nurses and people who work at GMH are having. Can you just kind of describe, I guess, just what you go through on a daily basis when you go to work at GMH? Just give people an idea of just how serious it is there.
It's tough. I've never seen this hospital in this condition. It's tough to even walk into these wards because you know that your risk of being exposed is there, but you're the only ones that can actually do it. We go through pep talks of trying to give each other the confidence to spend your entire day taking care of our community with COVID. It's nothing that you've ever seen. We have everybody in full PPE, personal protective equipment. We are working hard to improve the bedside, the aggressiveness of the bedside management to take away some of the responsibilities that our nurses have. Because I tell you, in the first wave, it was all about really limiting coming into the room. And so our poor nurses really had very large responsibilities. They did everything. They all, and what we found out is that, with this influx and the the lungs being affected the way they are, our bedside management needs a multidisciplinary team, which we are building and have been building. We have physical therapists. We now have the medics. We have our couriers. We have our respiratory therapists going to the bedsides to assist our patients in awake proning. So it's one thing to say, you know, you need to turn, you need to prone, you need to face down, you need to turn on your side, you need to stay off your back. And any of the patients that have been admitted to GMH or are still at GMH, you know, they hear this resonating left and right. That is the goal, prone, 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 because these lungs, what happens is it's like the lungs are surrounded by jello. You know, so you have CPAP masks trying to push positive pressure towards those lungs, or high flow nasal cannulas trying to, you know, oxygenate these lungs that the small airways are collapsed. So if you're on your back the entire time, you have continued collapse of the airways. And so, you know, the idea is that getting them off their back, having them face forward or turn on their sides will allow the lungs to open up again. I mean, just that effort. And I tell you, when the Manamku, when you tell them to turn, they're not going to turn. You need to help them turn. You can put as many signs up there, but really they need to be assisted. And that takes personnel. And this is what, you know, we put on our nursing staff. So I tell you, the patients are much sicker. They require more at the bedside. And by the time the staff, respiratory therapists, everybody, the physicians walk out, they're done. They're exhausted. We have personnel that are on overtime, excessive overtime. Our docs, you know, they're down. They're down to get down. They're down to help. We have to go and force them to come off shift to take a break. It's absolutely exhausting. And they, you know, who wouldn't be afraid? None of us have signed up to take this risk, you know, every single day. But that's what we face. You know, Saturday was my first day with my children. I have family that are high risk. I deploy to get this done. It is a Monday through Sunday, 24/7 operation, and that's what we do.
Doc, you know, when we made the ask to DOD and we got this team of these nurses and these intensivists and the acute care doctors on, I remember the thinking was, right, that they were going to save the day. But that hasn't happened because of, you know, what you're saying. And we have some very, very sick people.
We have incredibly sick people for a good 7-day stretch. All you heard was code blues. People sitting up. Are you doing better? How's your breathing today? Thumbs up. Doing well. 3 hours later, code blue. Code blue, intubated.
In the commercial that played when she opened up her press conference. So,
and that again was Dr. Jolene Uggan. She's at the Guam Memorial Hospital, and I believe she led the COVID ward over there at GMH.
Right.
And so that again is an interview from a year ago, as we take the time this week to reflect on the past year. And that was an interview that was done on our show that we launched here on KUAM as a result of the pandemic.
All right.
Sorry, my allergies are...
I know. Better be allergies. It's like Archbishop said the other day, no one got a cold during the pandemic. It was all zero to COVID. It's 10 o'clock. We're KUAM FM. I got you, Guam. Good job to our new intern trainee, Mr. Mike.
Mike Villagomez.
Yeah. Joe, sir, good job. Jason, always. Bree, great job. I'm going to close it out here with Burger King Cover Me. Again, guys, during Lent, you can grab very Lent-friendly options, the BK Big Fish and the Impossible Whopper. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Está. Adios.
We've been together for
3 years.
3 years? Yeah. Wow. 8 months. 6 months from now, but we met each other ever since
that can be like hard to keep up with or hard to tolerate. I feel like she always tolerates me.
Because he does drive me crazy, but he makes me laugh.
I appreciate, like, what I appreciate about her is that she gives the same energy I give to her. So, you know, it's a 50-50 relationship.
The way I know I love Caleb is because, you know, the love is like color to me. There's so many colors everywhere. I had color in my life before Caleb, but now with him in it, it's just everything is brighter, vivid, more vibrant. I can see all the details everywhere.
Very like happy when we're together, so we're very like joyful.
She accepts my weirdness because I'm very weird, like bleep, freaking weird.
I know you're somewhere out there waiting for me. Just know that I'll never stop looking for you. I know you're somewhere out there putting some time into yourself. Just know that I'll be here wishing, praying for you. 'Cause I'll give you my kind of love that kiss you when you wake up, watch you do your makeup kind of love. See, I just wanna be your man, be there when you just can't stand. I'll be there when you fall. 'Cause I'll give you my kind of love. Say, girl, I wanna meet you at the right time. At the right time. There's no need to rush, there's no need to fuss. Let's do it right. As soon as I get you in my arms, baby, you'll see. See, there ain't nobody ever gonna love you like me. 'Cause I'll give you my kind of love that holds your hand so tightly, even if we're fighting kind of love. Said I just wanna be your man, be there when you just can't stand. I'll be there when you fall. I'll give you my kind of love. It's just a waiting game that I am willing to play. It's just a matter of time before I get to see you every day. It's just a waiting game that I am willing to play. It's just a matter of time before I get to see you every day. I'll give you my kind